Where is Capricorn? Where is Waterberg? Where is Sekhukhune? Lephalale? Mpumalanga, where is Nkangala? Where is the rest of the Nkangala group? And Vanga? Who did they tell that they are sick? No, I'm not sure why you're laughing. Who did they tell they're sick? Yeah? Where is Makush? Okay. Please park that in Nkangala. Ne? Where is Khartsiband? Okay. Which other? Where is Ehlanzeni? Okay. Northwest, where is Orbit? Taletso? Okay. Eastern Cape, where is PE? EMC? Lovedale, where is BCC? King Inza? BCC? Ingwe? KZN, where is Coastal? Oh, Ikala, yes. KZN, where is Coastal? Tegwini? Count. Take this, ne? Nkangala, Tegwini. Keep that for me. Where is Elangeni? Abantwana bapi? Abantwana bapi? Please tell them that if they're not here in a minute, they are closing. Ne? SAT. Okay. Majuba. Mnambit. Mtashan. Where is Mtashan? Yeah? Put them on that list. Where is Northern Cape Urban? Where is College of Cape Town? South Cape? Okay, no, I understand South Cape. West Coast? Yeah? Oh. West Coast? Who did I forget from Western Cape? Boland, yes. Okay. Gauteng, where is Tshwane North? Tshwane South? CJC? Southwest Gauteng? Where is the rest of Southwest Gauteng? Okay. EWC? EEC? CDB? West Call? Bapabany? Where is West Call? Okay. Who did I live in Gauteng? Motewa, Free State, where are you? Maluti? Flavius? Goldfields? Okay. Is the province I did not count? Someone lost their phone. It looks like a Samsung, but I'm not sure what Samsung is it. Please come to me and collect it. But without any waste of time, the 3 colleges that are not here, just remind me. Ne? And I want to make it clear, ne? You have no any other business than to be here. Once you create it, it means you are not coming to this program. Ne? You do not respect us. You do not respect the program that you are doing. Please, S managers, let's make sure that does not happen. Now, may I then, colleagues, ask that we welcome on stage SATVETSA. They are going to do a very brief presentation. Let's welcome Prof. Paul on stage with a good round of applause, colleagues.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, I will stand here on the protocol that's already been observed. I want to start by reflecting on the words of the minister. And I do this because I have a short point to make, and then I'll discuss my 3 slides. The minister said, TVETs are at the heart of the skills. Who remember? What was the word? TVETs are at the heart of the skills what? Revolution. Those of you sitting here as student leaders need to really internalize that and realize your role with what the leadership is trying to do. Mine, much like Dr. Motapo's story, is one that began at a TVET and ended up with a PhD in computer science. I began as an operator of technology to one that designs the technology for end users. And that's what SATVETSA is about. We're about building technologies that enable stakeholder engagement. Those are the 3 slides I have for you. I'll talk to the technology infrastructure. I'll talk to the problem statement that we face within the TVET space. And I'm sure many of you will realize what it is. And then finally, what solutions we provide. Here's one of the technologies. As Colonial, this is a platform that manages contact center environment. At the top there, a call come in. Now think of this as homegrown technology when you talk about what's possible and what the skills revolutions are. A call comes in. Traditionally, a contact center agent will take that call. What we do is we develop agentic AI or agents that take the call and respond and give you information on what you need. Only at a point at which the agent realizes that you need to speak to a human is that call then passed over to a human, our contact center agents. At that point, the call is resolved, and then it comes back into a case management system to ensure that anything that's been captured or what's been reported is managed effectively. That call automatically is transcribed. If it needs to be translated into any of our languages, it's done, and automatically a report is generated. So we've taken what was a very manual process, and we've started incorporating AI and building an infrastructure that within 24 hours can enable this facility. Something you might already be familiar with, to make a point of the technology. If you could click on the first video, please. Maybe before you click and enable the sound, how many of you have called that 0800 number? How long did you wait before the response? I don't know. Play the first sound, please.
Welcome to the Department of Higher Education and Training's call center. A consultant will attend your call shortly.
And then the music starts. Let's play the music. I often need a panado when this happens. Move all the way to the last 5 seconds, please. At one point, I want to dance. And then the call hangs up. Let's play the second video. Let's try another number. I'm sure you're familiar with that too.
Welcome to the Department of Higher Education and Training. Please note that our calls may be recorded for quality purposes. At the end of the call, please stay on the line to rate our service. Consider the following options and select the number for the service you need. For advice on careers or study opportunities, please press 1. For general information on the post-school education and training system or queries directed to the department, please press 2. For information on being an artisan, please press 3. If you are not sure who to talk to, please press 5.
Let's do the last 5
Welcome
seconds.
to the National Next Available Representative.
And the call hangs up. And the problem is not only with these two numbers. TVETs are the place to be. But we need to solve for a problem of pre-registration and registration. We need to solve for a problem of access to information so that our students can know where to go. How have we solved for this within Survey Fiesta? Last video, please.
Hello, welcome to Colonial. How can I help you today?
Hey, this is Tony. Just briefly, what do you guys do?
We are an AI-powered, cloud-native platform designed for stakeholder engagement, customer interaction, and omni-channel contact center operations. We provide services such as AI-assisted call handling, live agent support, chatbots, interactive surveys, workforce optimization, omni-channel routing, CRM integration, and case management, all tailored to meet business needs across various industries. Is there anything specific you'd like to know more about?
I run a small TVET college. Is there
That's
any way
great.
that your
Come on.
system can help me with student registration?
Yes, our system can definitely help with student registration. We can provide AI-assisted call handling, chatbots, and interactive surveys to streamline the registration process. To give you the best advice, could you tell me a bit more about your current registration process and what specific challenges you're hoping to address?
I've got many challenges. TVETs don't have budgets, so before maybe we talk about that, what's the weather like today?
I'm sorry, I do not have access to live weather information. However, I can certainly help you explore how our system can assist with student registration within your budget constraints. Would you like to discuss some potential solutions tailored for institutions with limited budgets?
I just get the feeling that your services are expensive. Give me a ballpark figure.
I understand your concern about the cost. Since our solutions are highly customizable, pricing varies depending on the specific features and scale required. To give you a ballpark figure, could you provide a rough estimate of the number of students you register annually and the key functionalities you're most interested in, such as AI-assisted call handling or chatbots?
You know what? I prefer to speak to a live agent. Please put me through to a live agent.
Let me connect you with a human agent who can assist.
Let's go to the next slide. Thank you.
Welcome to the Department of Higher Education
And this is the technology we make available to TVETs to improve the service delivery and make sure that information, access to information at a registration level and throughout the journey of our students can be solved. So if you look at how this technology can be used, not only within TVETs or how private sector uses it, within the context of TVETs, it's pre-registration, loading or teaching these AI agents to support those that want to be able to come into the system and be part of the TVET magic. It means tech information is available 24/7. Imagine the learning environment where amongst us as leaders, we can act as mentors and support those that perhaps need extra classes with this app on your phone where you can be able to provide the guidance that you need. Career guidance, wellness, where we're able to link counselors behind the technology to be able to support our students. Because the reality is financial assistance is not the only assistance our students need. They come from difficult environments where they may need to help, they may need assistance from a mental health and wellness point of view. These are counselors that can sit behind the technology and provide that, and overall connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you again that academic excellence that the minister spoke about starts with you. You need to be the example of what's possible, not just academically, but consider the fact that entrepreneurially, you may also be able to progress based on the foundation that you get from your TVETs. Thank you for your time. Do visit our website. Thank you.
Let's give him a better. Now, I hope all the speakers will stick to the prof's example. I'm not suggesting anything, Mr. Vela and Mr. Mchelis. But without any waste of time, colleagues, psych, you only have 2 minutes. Now, let me explain what is psych to those who do not. And Mr. Vela, this is important. You know? One of the few things that we've been doing well in the sector is to see that young student leaders or former SRC members who led in our colleges swell the ranks of youth movements. This young man, who's now the president of South African Youth Council, used to be a president of eThekwini TVET College. Now he's the president of all youth formations in the country, not just one. Whether you think it's a Youth League, his DA, his SASCO, SATVETSA, SAUS, he represents all youth in the country. His name is Thabo Cheme. Let's give him a good round of applause.
No, thank you, Program Director. Because of time, may you please observe the protocol on my behalf. Mandla, wethu. Mandla, wethu. Rise, TVET, rise. Rise, TVET, rise. Rise, TVET, rise. No, thank you, colleagues. No, Program Director. When I was an SRC president, as you've mentioned, in our first SRC meeting, I instructed all the SRCs to log into their Facebook page. I wanted to go to their profile and see, in terms of institutions, because remember, when you complete matric, when you register, most often they change their status, saying registered or starting or starting somewhere. Out of the 61 SRCs that were in that meeting, only 3 members of the SRC have had their real status, academic status, which were from the TVET. 80% of them were in UNISA, 5% in UKZN. You know, to me, it was a very disheartening moment because that behavior was influenced by the stigma that was based on TVET colleges. That TVET colleges were a dumping site of universities. People who came to TVET, their first attempt was to try to go to university, and when they were not accepted due to the APS or the point system, they could not make it. Then they went and looked for space in the TVET colleges. So we're facing that stigma at that time, and it was a very disheartening moment. And we have just began with the term and the slogan, TVET must rise. TVET must be made institutions of choice. Destigmatize TVET. Students and learners need to understand that even if you got 7 distinctions, if you want to enhance your skill, and if you want to participate in the economy through the skills that you have, you need to go to the TVET. And you must not go to the TVET and treat TVET as a bridging course to university. You come to the TVET, you do public management until N6, then you go and register in UNISA or UKZN without going to work. Why am I mentioning this, Program Director? It's because this is a very delightful moment for us who have been here before. And a moment where student leaders from the TVET across the country gathered in one roof to discuss the curriculum review, to produce a transformed curriculum in the TVET. TVET are very critical in the economy of this country. one of the problems that we have that is continuously producing unemployment in this country is the type of education that we are producing. We are producing unemployable graduates because we are not focusing on skills and entrepreneurial studies. So this is very good. This is a very good program. So we want to say to the leadership of SATVETSA, you are on the right track. You are on the right track, and you are making a serious contribution to the economy of this country. And remember, as young people, we are the custodian of our own development as the youth. So our education, we want to determine our education. We want to determine our education. We want to participate in the creation of our own future, including the curriculum. We're asking questions that colleges that are based in the coastal belt, why are they continuing to offer courses that are supposed to be offered in Northwest where there is mining? Now, leadership of SATVETSA is responding to this question to say through the occupational studies. Now, what we are going to do with you, SATVETSA, as soon as they finish, Sizo Hamba Nabu, we are going to knock at doors. We are going to kick doors with you at Toyota and place these students there to start working because we are producing the skills that are required. So, colleagues, with those words, because I was given 2 minutes and I'm left with 1 minute and 48 seconds, I want to say we are going to fully participate. We'll make sure that with our experience and our dedication, we'll contribute in ensuring that this program becomes a success. Mandla!
Okay, let's do much more better than that. Yeah. In reality, the power to sell TVET colleges does not lie with the department, does not lie with college officials, but the ambassadors of the program that you are selling is you. If you do not carry that burden with you, maybe you are in the wrong space. So, colleagues, now we get to the real business. I'm not saying before that was not the real business. Yes. Now we get to the crux of what the department is doing with colleges. I'm going to call on the Acting Chief Director, Programs and Qualifications, Mr. Vele, to do a present. I know he promised that he'll only take 20 minutes to do it and complete. I trust him. I trust him. Are we fine? Are we fine? Oh. Let's give him a good round of applause, colleagues.
Good, it's afternoon now. Ayeye TVET, ayeye. Ayeye TVET, ayeye. Thank you. Sonti, I will try. That's as much as I can promise. I'm going to present on the curriculum transformation that we are currently undertaking within the TVET programs and qualification spaces. So I tried to bring in information that I can relate to student leadership. Now, the first slide is just indicating the key legislations that we engage with in TVET. And you will notice that whatever we do can be related to the mandate that comes from our constitution. That's where everything starts. And that is in section 29(1)(b), which talks about a right to further education through reasonable measures without unnecessary obstacles. Now, this is important for student leadership to know that you are leading in an institutional type whose purpose can be traced back to a mandate that is in the Constitution. Now, the other pieces of legislations are those that we engage with in terms of governance, structures, and objectives. The Skills Development Act, it sets out the broad skills development agenda of the country. When you sit in governance structures where this kind of legislations are engaged with, you also need to be aware of them as student leadership. These are some of the strategic policy drivers. Now, from legislation, you find strategic policy drivers that informs what we actually implement, the choices that we make. The National Development Plan is the vision of the country in terms of how we want to see our country in 2030. The Human Resource Development Strategy is the strategy that supports that vision. The National Skills Development Strategy is the strategy that supports the Skills Development Act. The White Paper for Post-School Education and Training is the vision of how the post-school education and training system should look like in terms of the types of institutions that must be there, the type of programs that must exist to respond to the needs of the economy. And the National Plan for Post-School Education is a plan to support that vision in the white paper. And then the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, it's a plan that outlines interventions in the economy to respond to the economic ravages that were brought about by COVID. That's why it was brought in 2020. So it identifies sectors and interventions that must be implemented in order for us to recover the economy from the COVID-19 impact. And the medium-term development plan is the vision of the current administration, the government that came in 2024, which will be in place until 2029. It does have its own vision with its own priorities, and they are outlined in the medium-term development plan. So everything that we do links to all this. The occupations in high demand is a list of occupations that the Department of Higher Education researches and compile every 2 years, identifying areas where there's needs for skills and in terms of the industries, skills are required, so that it can then inform the kind of programs and qualifications that colleges then choose to offer, so that we offer programs and qualifications that are aligned to the skills needs of industry. And then the Occupational Qualification Sub-Framework Policy is the policy that governs the development and structure of occupational qualifications, and that is managed by the QCTO. Now, this is important information for you because you sit in councils in your institutions. So when engagements happen about the choices of programs that your colleges want to offer, you need to be able to contribute because you would have been having information about these pieces of these instruments. Now, what is the role of the department? Now, this is important. I'm going to tell you about the role of the department and the role of the institution, so that as student leadership, you know who to go to for what. So that you don't take institutional issues and you go to the department for them, or you take departmental issues and then you go to the institution about. So the role of the department can be traced to Section 41.3 of the Continuing Education Act. So it is reflected where it says the minister may prescribe minimum norms and standards for further education and training programs that are offered at TVET colleges. What does that mean? It means that the department's role is in TVET system-wide planning, not institutional planning. We provide strategic direction to the TVET sector in pursuance of the country's objectives and aspirations. We ensure that there's legislation, regulation, policies, guidelines in place to enable for skills development, ensure systems are in place for supporting and monitoring of quality teaching and learning, and also ensuring that funding mechanisms exist to support skills development and quality teaching and learning. That's the department. Then what is the role of the institution? Now, the role of the institution is reflected in Chapter 3 of the same Act, Section 11.1 and 2, where the Act empowers the academic board to determine the learning programs that are offered at public colleges. Now, the department does not determine what your colleges offer. It is your colleges that must determine what is offered at colleges. So in essence, this is what it means, that the TVET colleges are responsible for selection and identification of programs that they want to offer to develop mid-level skills, values, and attitudes required in the economy and society. Now, institutions, colleges ensure that there are institutional policies, procedures, plans, processes, structures, resources, etc., to support quality teaching and learning in the institution. So you will notice that the role of the department is at system-wide, but the institution's role it's the choices of what happens in the institution. So the responsibility to engage with relevant industry to enable support for quality curriculum delivery, also with occupational qualifications, lies with the institution. The department can engage broadly with employer organizations or with big conglomerates at a national level. But the institution which make choices on the specific programs that are offered ought to engage with the relevant industries to support the specific programs that the institution choose. Now, this is the transition that we are currently making in the TVET sector. Currently, there are 3 pathways that you follow when you come to a TVET college. The first 2 pathways accommodate those learners who have completed grade 9, they've left school at 10 or 11, but they have not completed 12. They can go into a TVET college and complete an NCV qualification which enters at level 2 and exits at level 4. But that qualification was developed to accommodate learners who chooses to leave school at grade 9 to pursue a vocational stream. It was not developed for people who have completed grade 12. I'm going to repeat this. The NCV qualification was not designed and developed for learners who have completed grade 12. Because it is an equivalent of the same national senior certificate, the grade 12. It was designed for learners who want to pursue a vocational pathway from after completing grade 9 or when they decide at grade 10 or 11. But what we have found through data that we have collected is that majority of people that are enrolling on the NCV are not the intended group. So if you have grade 12 and you go into an NCV, for 3 years, you are like somebody who have repeated grade 10 to 12. So that qualification is going to be phased out in future. It's going to be phased out because it's not serving the purpose for which it was brought for in the TVET space. So we have already identified 6 specializations that we are discontinuing in 2027. Your colleges will communicate that to you. The other pathway for learners who have completed grade 9 or left school at 10, 11, and in this instance, we also accommodate those that that have completed grade 12. It's the national occupational qualifications. There are those that are trades related, and there are others that are not trade related. And many of them are at NQF level 4. Now, the TVET space, it's supposed to be dominated by qualifications at NQF level 5 and 6. And we only accommodate these level 4 qualifications because they are trades. And we want to develop artisans. So the level 4 qualifications will mainly be trades and special occupations, like the hairdresser and the ECD. But majority of occupational qualifications that will be offered at TVET colleges will be at NQF level 5 and level 6, because those should accommodate learners who leave school after grade 12. Now, we've been talking about the phasing out of the national end diploma. Now, the national end diploma is in some colleges. So you will have higher occupational certificates at level 5, advanced occupational certificates at level 6, occupational diploma at level 6. And TVET colleges, in some instances, engage and collaborate with universities of technology to offer higher certificates, diplomas jointly. And this will be those diplomas or higher certificates and advanced certificates that are offered by universities of technology. Now, these are some of the NCV programs that we have identified to discontinue from 2027. The finance, economics and accounting, the education development, management, marketing, office administration, and process plant operations. Now, you will notice that the management and marketing, office administration, those will be replaced by occupational qualifications at NQF level 5 and 6. There is no manager anywhere who manages with competencies that are pegged at NQF level 4. So you can't have a qualification that purports to be training managers at the level of matric. So that qualification, those specializations are going. So there are options for possible replacements that colleges can then look at. I think the previous speakers, from minister to the president of SATVETSA, they have done a groundwork on why these occupational qualifications are important. So I'm not going to repeat that. We have issued a circular outlining the teach-out plan for the national end diploma, which includes the N4 to 6 programs. And that has been shared with colleges. The first one had the last enrollment on the NATED programs as this semester, but we have subsequently requested for an extension provision. Now I must say extension provision, because it's not a blanket extension. Colleges that are ahead who have planned not to enroll on any NATED programs next year can still continue with implementing occupational qualifications. Now, these are some of the occupational qualifications that colleges have brought to us so that we can approve for them to offer. Now, you must remember that in the old system, the department used to have something called a list of ministerially approved programs, the NATED programs. And each and every college will go and do exactly the same thing that is on the list, because that is what is funded. Now we are reversing the process. We are discarding the list, and we are requesting colleges to go and identify programs and qualifications that are relevant, that are responsive to the skills needs of where they are. And once they've identified those, then they bring those to us and we fund them. And that way, then we have a PQM of each college being unique, because it responds to the skills needs of where they are, and also some of them will be national imperatives. This is some of the qualifications. So these ones we implemented in 2025. Some of your colleges, maybe some of you are enrolled in some of those qualifications. This year we approved 24 more for various colleges, and these are some of those qualifications. Oh, you want to see the list? Okay. Yeah, so that's some of the qualifications. You must check if your college has any of these are approved for your colleges. You can see they range from the engineering type, you know, the CNC mechanist, you've got beauty, which is FVCs. Then you've got hospitality and cook. Then you've got bookkeeper, which is in the finance spaces. Management assistant. Now, we have only approved, I think it's only 2 colleges that we have approved to do the management assistant occupational qualification, because they have justified why it's needed where they are. Because we don't want to reproduce skills in areas where you're not going to find any job. So it's only 2 colleges currently that we have approved for management assistant. So you will see that the diversity of qualifications that colleges are bringing: artificial intelligence software, I think it's a college in the Free State, cloud administration, cybersecurity analyst. These are the type of qualifications that we expect colleges to bring to us to fund. You can see freight handler, transport clerk, because one of the industries that it's identified as part of interventions for the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, it's transport. Transport and logistics. And then the freight handler, the transport clerk, falls within that space. Okay. But these are just graphs representing the different categories. Now, what are the implications of these occupational qualifications? TVET colleges have to continuously scan the labor market needs and align their program and qualification mixes. Gone are the days where a college will offer the same qualification for 20 years. Every 5 years, this qualification is reviewed. And if it's no longer aligned to the skills needs, the QCTO will not re-register it. So it means that colleges must continuously align their PQMs with the skills need. TVET college lecturers have to continuously engage in continuous professional development activities. Your lecturers have to make effort to engage in continuous professional development activities. This would be in upskilling themselves in the learning areas, but also in upskilling themselves in the continuously changing teaching and learning environment. Gone are the days where a lecturer will come to your class holding a textbook and read from a textbook. These occupational qualifications do not allow for that. So they have to continuously engage and upgrade and learn and relearn and upskill. Because the TVET lecturing occupation is not a job, it's a career. So there must be effort for continuous learning. Okay. Now, I have identified some of the frequently asked questions, and then I'm going to deal with them, and then I would have done. This is about students now. Are these occupational qualifications funded by NSFAS? These are questions that you ask. So I'm going to respond to them now. Before, you see, I'm quite psychic, eh? I know the questions that you're going to ask before you even ask them. So, are these occupational qualifications funded by NSFAS? Yes. Occupational qualifications are funded by NSFAS just like any other qualification. Remember, going forward, you're only going to have mainly occupational qualifications in the system. So they are already funded by NSFAS. Now, the difference is that there are some that are only funded for tuition and accommodation and no living allowances, because for those qualifications, the living allowances should be covered by a stipend that comes from the SETA. But for those that do not have a stipend that comes from the SETA, either through the employer or the institution, then the living allowance are funded. What will happen to students currently completing the NATED programs? Students who are currently completing the NATED program have been given time to complete their qualifications. There's a schedule or a teaching out plan that gives at least 2 chances at each level for a student to complete their NATED program. If it so happens that by having been given the chances that are allocated currently, and still at the end, you still find students who have not completed, these students will have an opportunity to transfer their credits into occupational qualifications and complete the occupational qualifications through a credit accumulation and transfer process or a recognition of prior learning process. So no student will be left hanging. They will still have a chance to get their credits that they have accumulated in the NATED programs into the occupational qualifications and then complete the remaining part of the occupational qualifications. Will their qualifications still be valid? Yes. The fact that the qualification is being phased out doesn't make it invalid. We are phasing it out because it's not responsive to the skills needs, but its validity still remains. Okay? A person who have completed a teaching diploma in 1980, that qualification is still valid, okay? They're still teaching with it even today, okay? So the NATED program is still valid. Outdated doesn't mean invalid. It just means that it is not responsive to the skills needs of the modern industry. Validity is something else. It is still valid. So you will still be able to use it for purposes of articulation, and you will still be able to use it for purposes of looking for a job. Because when qualifications are phased out and they are deregistered on the SAQA database, the active database, they are then recorded in the historical database. So they still remain valid even when they've been phased out. Who is responsible for placing students in industry with these occupational qualifications? It is the institution. It is the college. The college identifies which occupational qualification to offer, engage in capacity development for the lecturers. The department have national interventions for capacity development of lecturers and so on. But that is for national interventions, for national imperatives, for qualifications that are responding to national imperatives. But for college-specific identified qualifications, the responsibility for capacity development is the institution. And also the responsibility for placing students in industry is the institution, because the institution must then engage with industry partnerships to establish places where students must be placed for workplace-based learning. Now, the questions on the right are for lecturers and staff, and I'm going to skip them. I think that is my last slide. Thank you.
Let's give him another round of applause. And let's give him another big round of applause. So that last one was that he broke a record of the amount of time he takes to present. It was way shorter this time. When I saw 23 slides, I said, oh, Mr. Vele. I know he's passionate about his presentation. So, colleagues, we are now going to take a presentation from the acting CEO of QCTO, Mr. Mbeu. Let's give him a good round of applause as well. I know he promised to take less than 20 minutes, so he'll stick to it. So, TK, I don't know how this works. Is that TK? I'll show you how it works, but you'll see your presentation.
Afternoon, everyone. I will write on the protocol already observed, including the Amantla protocol. I'm writing on it. Okay. My name is Emmanuel Mbuwe from the QCTO. Who of you have heard of the QCTO before? Okay, all right. Thanks a lot. I can see that a lot of you have heard about the QCTO. So, yeah, this is fine. So I'm going to talk about 5 items, basically, starting with the background and then going to the conclusion. I just wanted to show you a little bit of the whole strategic fit of the South African education and training, because a lot of people don't understand it, like what is happening with this thing. Like, who is QCTO, what is SAQA, what is the department, and so forth. So, I can hold this thing. This is, oh, good. This is better, yeah. So now, if you look at education and training system of South Africa, I think I'm messing things up. It's making noise. Of South Africa is under 2 ministries, the Minister of Basic Education as well as the Minister of Higher Education and Training. And then from there underneath, there is this National Qualification Framework. You have heard this thing, NQF, this, NQF level 1, 2, 3. NQF level 10, which is the PhD for those who are interested in that. So this is the framework that governs every training and education in South Africa. In other words, if you are trained and you've got a certificate, that does not say anything about the NQF level and is not recognized there. That training is not recognized. So this NQF framework, it established SAQA, which is the South African Qualification Authority, and 3 quality councils. Quality councils are Umalusi, you know, all of you have experienced these ones up to matric. QCTO, it's us, as well as the Council on Higher Education. I hope now it makes a little bit of clarity as to where does who fits. So 3 quality councils, NQF level, SAQA is in charge of that one, of the NQF level. Now, moving forward in terms of the role of the quality councils, because QCTO is one of the quality councils. What we do, we ensure that there is compliance with that NQF, the National Qualification Framework. So we register qualification in the NQF. All qualifications that we accredit are registered. Then we also record the skills program. We've got skills program that we've done, as well as micro-credentials. We record them. We ensure all qualifications and programs align with the NQF level descriptions and so forth. So that's the first thing that we do. Coming forward, we support current and future economic and skills development. This is quite important, colleagues, because we align qualifications with the industry needs and national skills priorities. What does this mean? This means that we try by all means to ensure that the qualifications that we develop is going to end up getting you employed or self-employed, which is what we are interested in. Our objectives, just to clarify, it's not only for you to have certificates. If we've got learners with more certificates than learners who are employed, our job is not achieved. So that's what we do. So we also benchmark these qualifications internationally for relevant and current. Why? Because now a lot of international companies are coming to the country. They will come and hire you guys with your qualification. They discover that, no, these qualifications are outdated. These people can't do what we have hired them for. They are used to old machines and so forth. Now, those international guys, next time they will say, no, we'll bring our own people, which is not what we want, because we want them to employ you. So we facilitate pathways for employment and entrepreneurship. This is our biggest goal. We want to see you guys employed or running your own businesses. Now, part of this is promote lifelong learning and workforce mobility, upskilling and reskilling. That's the second part of what we do. And then, third one, we ensure quality education and training. We develop and maintain this qualification standard linked to the job profile. This is the biggest thing, because now we don't just develop qualifications for the sake of qualifications being developed. We need to find jobs and target a qualification. We're running out of battery here every now and then, but it's fine. A qualification should target a job. Every qualification should be targeting a job. We shouldn't just do training for the sake of training. And then, moving forward, we accredit skills development providers as well as assessment centers to ensure teaching and learning meet national standards. Now, the TVETs, all TVETs are skills development providers, by the way. We accredit them. You will see the stats as we go along. And also assessment centers. Assessment centers is more like exam centers. So skills development providers are accredited for training. Assessment centers are accredited only for exams or assessments. And then policies must be linked to that, and monitoring and implementation in terms of curriculum. So we come to the TVETs every now and then to monitor what is happening, and also to private providers. And sometimes we'll approach you as students to ask you to say, were you really trained for this? Or attendance register were just brought in one day for everyone to sign? All those type of things. Now, moving forward in terms of our role, we enable monitoring and accountability. So we do routine monitoring, audits and so forth. We promote credibility and authenticity to secure authentic certificates, so that your certificate when you are trained And that guy who goes on Facebook and buys a certificate is different from that one. So we keep a database of your certificates because employers come to us and verify those things and so forth. That's authenticity as well as credibility. Part of our job as we do, indirectly, we protect learners and the public as well as consumers. So by enforcing compliance, audits, and accreditation reviews, and also preventing unqualified or fraudulent institutions and individuals, by the way, from operating in this space. That's what we do every now and then. Now, we also list accredited institution for transparency, especially for matric students when they come out of matric. They need to know who is accredited, who is not. Because all of a sudden, come January, February, every SDP claim to be accredited. And then we provide legal mechanism to deregister or sanction non-compliance providers and protect learners from scams in that way. And to ensure that your investment is recognized and does not go to waste. Remember, you are investing your time. You should have been doing something else. It's so wrong for you to spend 3 years being trained by somebody only to realize that that certificate means nothing and spend your money on it as well in that one. So this should be done through regulations, but at the moment, regulations are still pending to come to full effect. That's the role of quality councils. Coming back closer now to QCTO objectives. Now, the impact purpose, like I said, what we want to see is to see people employed or self-employed, entrepreneurship. That's the thing that makes us happy when we see that. Like I said, we don't want people to have a lot of certificates and not doing anything, like what is happening in some cases. And this is one of our biggest mandates, to position TVET and CET colleges as institutions of choice. TVETs and CETs should be institution of choice. In fact, we are almost there. We're just there now. I'm sure before the end of 2026, when we come to that other year, it's going to be fully institutions of choice because of what we're doing in collaboration with the department and CETAs and other stakeholders. These objectives, I've spoken about them, is the summary of the objectives that I gave you. So let me just push through. So moving to operational strategies to achieve those objectives, what we are doing. We are modernizing and updating all outdated qualifications. I'm not going to talk too much about this one because they've spoken about it. And also we accredit all TVET institutions and strengthen their capacity and capability, enhance regulatory frameworks to guarantee full compliance, and foster close collaboration with DET, TVET, CETAs, government, and supporting structures such as SAPCO and SATVETSA as well. That's why we are here. That's why we're very excited to come here. I think other of my colleagues, I think I've got at least 3 to 4 other colleagues who are here. And then we're building capacity across all collaborative partners. This includes lecturers and so forth, in collaboration with DET and the CETAs, and also to leverage technology to maximize efficiency and impact. This is one of the things that we need to really take up. There was a presenter showing their technology. We need to make use of technology because we're going to be left behind by those who are making use of it. Moving next, we are maximizing also the number of assessment instruments as well as assessment centers to ensure that if you want to be assessed, you can be assessed locally. You don't have to go far to be assessed. And then this is just a picture to show that all these legacy qualifications, your legacy trades, provider-based qualification, using standard skills program, learning program, NATED, Mr. Vele talks about them, NCV, and other historical registered qualification. They are fading. We are phasing them out. We are only going to be left with those 3. Occupational qualification, which is a minimum a year and more in increments of years. Part qualification is just that occupational qualification broken down so that you can take it in semesters or quarters. And then skills programs, which are shorter and so forth. So those are the 3 things that we're going to be left with. And then in terms to strategically for those qualifications to critical occupations, those qualifications that we develop, they must address the current industry needs, what is needed now by industry. They must also address future industry need as well as maintaining and improving industry sets. To address what is needed now, for instance, you'll find that they say, like now, there's this big thing about electricity, green hydrogen, and all sorts of things. They want those qualified people now, electric vehicles and so forth. They are not going to wait for 3 years for people to be trained for 3 years. So what we do in this instance, we do skills programs and part qualifications for this. But the key here is that we take people who are already qualified in a qualification very close to what they want. For instance, electricians for these electrical vehicles, or current mechanics who have done the trades and so forth. They do that trade, that skills program, which will take maybe 6 months or so, and then they are fit for the role which is needed now. So you need to look out for these things, especially those who have done different qualifications, but they are not employed. So skills program are going to help them to be able to fit that industry requirements. Future industry needs normal qualification, 2-3 years and so forth, and also maintain and improving industry skill sets. These are also skills program and so forth that we use for that. And then factors necessitating change. I think this will be an overkill. I don't have to motivate it anymore because we are already changing, but I'll just touch on it quickly to say the environment is dynamic, colleagues. Things are changing on a daily basis. The old qualifications were not changing. Curriculum was static. And then learners, like you guys are digital natives. Everybody has got a phone. Everybody knows how to use these digital things. So we can't rely on the old way of training only. We need to open up for what is current. We need to allow you to be able to do theory training on your phone, on your laptop, at home, or wherever you are, at any time, on demand, and all those type of things. So that's why we're revising this curriculum. And then we need to move away from content delivery, like your one-way street, where you go there, somebody read the textbook to you, to facilitation and self-directed learning, these theories. You guys know how to learn these things in terms of theory. You can do that. And also active participation, not passive. And we are no longer preparing learners for examination. The focus is on competencies for economic contribution. That's one thing that you're going to see with this occupational qualification is that they are competency-based. What does that mean? Whatever you are trained, you must go and demonstrate that you can do it, and then you are certified. That's what they are, which is what you're going to do at work, which means the first day when you're at work, you're going to be able to deliver. All right, moving forward now, just some few numbers. This is quite interesting. When I came across this, I was quite shocked, by the way. So 2025, current employment, we've got 16 million people who are employed. Of those 16 million people, 8 million are employed by 2.5 million SMEs, which is half. Half of the people are employed by SMEs as we speak now. Now, the projection in 2030 is to have 24 million people employed, SMEs employing 22 million from 8, and then you are using about 6 million SMEs. This means by 2030, in 5 years' time, 90% of people are going to be self-employed. That is very serious, colleagues. 50% of people now are self-employed or running their SMEs. But the model is that 90% of people in 5 years' time are going to be self-employed. This is in line with the economic growth and us moving towards being a first world country and so forth. Other first world countries are like that. Look at these numbers. 16 million, half was on SMMEs, which means 8 were employed formally. The shocking thing, 24 million, 21 million are on SMMEs, which means about 3 to 4 million are going to be employed formally from 8 million. That shows that formal employment is going to be declining. We have seen as what is happening. So this picture, in a nutshell, it's showing that our training interventions should focus on SMMEs as well, entrepreneurship development. So every training should have the entrepreneurship modules in them to prepare you so that you can be able to transition to this. The main focus is not to train people to be employed perhaps by government and all those. We know the biggest employer of that 8 million is government and so forth, but it's tapering down. So that's what we need to look at. Now, I just want to go through this quickly, the generic learning and training model as we see it, in line with the occupational qualification. So, the way we see training and education is that any training and education that you can think of, you can fit it in this model. I'll demonstrate it to you now. So there is training which is done theoretically, subjects, applied theory, and so forth. And then there is training that can be done by practicals, where you get workshops, mock-ups, action research, simulation, gamification, virtual reality. For you guys knows this thing very well. And also there is training that can be done at workplaces, where you've got dual learning, apprenticeship, learnership, internship, simulation, and so forth. Any training in the world that you can think of, whether a formal or informal, you can fit it in this model. And then from there, what comes is that there just needs to be assessment or test to show that to demonstrate your knowledge, and then a person is certified or recognized. Ne? That's informal or in a formal setup. Formal setup, they will give you a certification. Informal setup, they will recognize you and say, that guy can weld, because he can weld. That's the thing, without any certificate and so forth. And everybody goes to that guy. So this is how the generic learning and training model is like. So if I can apply it on the current NCV, there is theory, a little bit of applied, there is subject, a little bit of applied theory in the theory, done in the class. Practicals, workshop, done in the workshop. Workplace, very little to no workplace. And then you are assessed and certified, you see. That's on the NCV applied. Now, moving to NATED, similar things. There are subjects, a little bit of theory, practicals, workshops, and also work experience, which you are left to do it on your own independently. Learnership, internship takes for that, and that's what is happening. That's why I'm saying this model, we can apply it on everything. Now, on occupational qualification, what I wanted to demonstrate is it takes advantage of everything. Your theory, occupational qualifications have got more applied theory. Applied theory is basically contextualized. Instead of X plus Y equals to Z, and then you write an exam not even knowing what is X, what is Y, what is Z. Applied theory is going to say 2 cups of sugars plus 6 cups of flour. You bake, is going to become 3 grams of a cake or something like that. So it's contextualized. And then practical, the occupational qualification takes advantage of all sorts of practicals that you can do. By the way, the theory, like what I was saying, it can be done online. You can do it on your phone or in the classroom. I know there are a number of TVETs now which are moving this theory, all their theories, online because it can be done online. Then they will want students to come to the TVET for practicals. Then, because you can't have very few people have got their workshops at home. And then, workplace, it means you go to the workplace. By just looking at this picture now, it means TVETs will have more space because not all learners are going to be required to be in the campus at all time. Some of them will be doing their theory at home, others work experience. So practicals, that's when a lot of learners are going to be required, which means TVETs can even enroll even more than what they were enrolling if they are using this model properly. They put the theory online and then they ensure their support structures and all those type of things. So they are, I think Northlink is really moving into this type of things, if I'm not being mistaken. That's one of the TVET that I know. Then you will be assessed and then certified. So that's the thing. So moving forward, this is just to show how our qualifications are like. It's like a stairway. So you can do the first NQF level, go up and up and up. I'm not going to go too much about it. I think I'm running out of time now. And then in terms of accreditation, I can tell you that now all TVET colleges have been accredited for at least one occupational qualification. So I'm glad to hear that most of you, if not all, sit in councils, you need to inform them that they need to get accredited in anticipation for the learners next year. There is an individual called Mr. Charles Pule. He's got a very interesting title. He runs a directorate for TVETs and CETs. That's what he does. Day in and day out, he's going to TVETs and CETs, catering for the needs of the TVETs and CETs. So for those who are not yet accredited and so forth, you can get his details. Now, some few numbers. I said over 700 occupational qualifications were accredited, so you can see it's a lot, over 150 sites. For skills program, about 48 TVETs accredited. Assessment center, 48 TVETs. We need to do more work here because we don't want you to be assessed far away from where you are. And then in terms of lecture development and so forth, over 400 lectures have been capacitated and trained, and 350 TVET managers. This is more than that. I think it's close to 1,000 now. They have been trained on how to do this occupational qualification, so they know how to do it. And if you look at that model that I show you, the generic model, there's not even much that is changing. A lecturer was doing the previous work can be able to transition very, very, very quickly. So over 80 trained SMEs and master trainers are involved in this whole thing. And this whole thing, we are working together with the department very closely, Mr. Vele's branch. Also with this round, Services SETA was very involved. They funded most of it. In fact, Services SETA is continuing with us because we are starting on the 20th of January with an even bigger training intervention for lecturers and so forth. Moving forward, so in terms of enhancing a regulatory framework to guarantee full compliance, I've spoken about this to say we need to protect learners, to protect the consumers. We need these providers to be registered by DHET very, very, very quickly to protect learners and the consumers. So in terms of close collaboration, we are working together with other entities, like I've mentioned some of them. And then we've got a quality partner forum where this is our collaboration platform for all these stakeholders. And we're also working with government and supporting structures. We've got interaction with SAPCO. This is our very first interaction with SATVETSA. We'll really like to have more interactions. And also we are building capacities and leverage on technology to maximize efficiency and also impact. Now, in terms of this, I've spoken about this where online provision on theory is encouraged. And then we are working now very, very closely now with the National Open Learning System, NOLS. For those who knows Udemy, this is going to be your Udemy going forward, where you are going to be able to do training online at your own pace. Theory, the theoretical training. Then practical, that's when you're going to go to the TVET, and then workplace, you go to the workplace, you come, we assess you, you pass, we give you a certificate, you go and work or start your business. That's the whole idea. So there is a lot of work that has been done already. Content is available already. We are doing a lot more content with the Department of Higher Education and Training, NOLS people there. So, like I said, this is going to allow TVET to enroll a lot of people. So there are a few challenges and opportunities, many opportunities, but a lot of challenges we've been through them. I was very happy. Limited funding was the challenge. Mr. Vele just overcame it. He announced that occupational qualifications are treated as any qualification. They are funded. And then lack of functional partnership with industry, that's one of the biggest challenges, but we've got a breakthrough as well, of which we can talk about it at some other stage. And then reliance on traditional lecturing methods, and then constraints on infrastructure and so forth. But the department is dealing with it in terms of, especially the Center of Specialization. They are working very hard with CETAs to overcome that. So many opportunities in terms of partnership between industries, and also high schools are also getting interested in this thing. And partnership with industries, what we have seen from the course experience is that people get employed immediately. In fact, some get promised employment before they are even certified. That's what partnership with industry help with. And like Mr. Vele said, local economy, please don't be in somewhere in Limpopo and the next thing your TVET says they want to do a qualification in boat building or ocean economy, and then you agree, because where are you going to get the ocean to do practicals? Leave it to the people at the coast. And then in Limpopo, many fruits. Let's deal with them. Let's process them and so forth. No, it's a serious thing, and agricultural and mining. Focus on what is available, because that's what is going to get you employed and get you to be entrepreneurs in that space. I'm from Limpopo, by the way, so I'm not taking advantage of it. That's why I'm talking about it so freely. All right, now, introduction of latest technology. This is the opportunity. Don't be scared of technologies, but I know you are not. All these AI things and what, play with them, break them, find out how, if they work or not, and develop your own if you really want to develop. The market is open internationally. And then support for SMMEs to comply with placement requirements, and then leveraging technology for simulated workplaces and so forth. Those are the opportunities. So in conclusion, colleagues, there is a lot of opportunities that this intervention is going to do. So TVETs and CETs are the only vehicle available to touch more young people and adults to deal with unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Those people sitting not in employment, education, and training, TVETs and CETs are the ones that can deal with them. Let's not all try to fight to go to the university. The university, there was an article, they can only take 230,000 people. And they're going to teach them theory, mostly, by the way. So, here, it's competency-based, and then it's an institution of choice. So we are pushing this thing to be what it is. Now, so SATVETSA as well as labor, you have got a critical role to play in guiding the transition from legacy qualification to occupational qualification, in line with DIET and QCTO mandate. Our marketing guys are here, so if you need them maybe to come and address your learners and all those type of things, tell us. We can come and then just give them more information and so forth, because second-hand information can be dangerous. Now, lifelong learning is non-negotiable. Nowadays, things are changing very, 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 very fast. We need to be on top of our game, but with this sub-framework and interventions, we are on top of our game as we speak. In fact, by the way, one of our qualifications is adopted internationally. The guys in UK are doing it. It's like being done all over the world. So that's how much we are in the forefront of the developments of what things are happening. So from my closing remarks is to say 2026 is the year of TVETs to be institutions of choice. I think we are there. We are there already. We just need to polish it up in 2026, which is like in a few weeks by now, and then make these whole things work. And thanks a lot. All the best to you guys. Yeah.
Okay. Is it fine? Okay. Let's give him a good round of applause, colleague. No, Nademdiro, I think I've actually learned. You know, sometimes we assume we know things up until someone presents, you realize that you don't know. So I hope you took notes. We're going to have questions for both presentations. I know that if we do not get questions there, we would have done injustice to the presenters. But I also want to acknowledge, though, Mr. Mdiro, that we also have the presence of TITA. So if the numbers were around 10, now we've went to 11 seaters here. So I think seaters really, really, really came and supported us. You are welcome. Please stand up so that they see you. There's Tita there at the back. I think Mr. Mbe was talking about, or is it Mr. Velo was talking a lot about transport. Tita is the SETA responsible for transport. We also have, I don't see it now, we have the presence of the national organizer of Nahau within the TVET. I'm made to understand that's the biggest union in the TVET sector. Mr. Rachulumela there, please stand up, sir. Because of the lights, I know we have the presence of Alan Gray. I don't see. Parama, yes. He decided that because it's young people, he's not wearing a suit. So I think we have a fair attendance of stakeholders. But I want to do it because I'm looking at time. I want to do it differently. I want to call on my colleague from LG-SETA. Their presentation is very brief. Then we'll get questions after. Then I will just know that we have LG-SETA questions. I do MI-SETA, then the two colleagues of mine will be fine. Let's welcome Mr. Motlene. Yes.
Thank you very much. I can talk from here. Just adjust it to my height. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Thanks, Program Director. I'm not going to take a lot of time because the colleagues who have presented have really covered much of what I had in the offing, especially in the Devele has covered what I wanted to cover as well. Here is the menu of the presentation, colleagues. I'm not going to read it for you. You can obviously consume it so that we are straight on the road. Legislative mandate, broadly speaking, the shareholder, which is the Department of Higher Education and Training also, has covered it from the high level. Allow me to skip it in that sense. The mandate of the SETA is also enshrined in the policy documents of each and every SETA. This is the one peculiar to the implementation of learning programs by the local government sector education and training authority. Let me not read it for you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm aware that we are from lunch, and therefore you might struggle to consume a lot of. Let's go to the salient part of the presentation. These are the LG-SETA, Local Government Sector Education and Training Authority, strategic focus areas. From the left where I'm standing, you have got a strategic focus area. We enhance good governance, blah, blah, blah. And in the middle is the most important part of our delivery cycle, which is program focus. Most importantly to the young people today, please focus also on the last part, how we address the program focus, including the strategic focus areas. Obviously, we are then funding bursaries, learnership, skills programs, etc., per focus area and also the strategic focus area. You can read for yourselves, colleagues, or particularly the students. We will share this particular presentation so that you can internalize it yourself from where you're sitting. 100%. Registered occupational qualifications, we have moved a program director, colleagues, we have moved SLG CETA in terms of realignment from legacy qualifications to the occupational qualifications. These are the registered occupational qualifications, 17 of them, which means our young people out there can begin to consume them and then be trained on, especially the message by the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations has been very clear that we are aligning. This is what we have done so far at LG CETA. Let me just ask you to focus on the middle area that talks to qualification descriptor and see where, as a young person going forward, you can fit. I mean, without emphasizing it much, the previous speaker emphasized from QCTO that 2026 is the mark. It's on your marks, young people. And therefore, locate yourself. If you're interested in what we have in the offing, I'm not going to, go through them one by one as the presentations will be shared. Okay. Now, we are also replacing the legacy qualifications. What do we mean by the legacy qualifications? Those are the qualifications that were offered in the past, and most of them were not occupationally directed, as Ntatevele has said. So here we are, from the left-hand side, where you're sitting, we have got occupational qualification, which replaces a legacy qualification on the right-hand side. You can look at them, internalize them as well. I'm not going to go through them one by one. I suppose, program director, there are going to be questions after this, and that is why we will be able to clarify whatever becomes a challenge to absorb by the audience, our young people. Here, that's where we are. When I left the office, colleagues, this is the work that is continuing. The parties are in the boardroom, busy with this work. Some of them realize that we don't have titles yet because the masters of the theory and practice are still dealing with this particular work. So you'll realize that we have got a qualification descriptor, proposed occupational qualification title, outside the 17 that I've mentioned. These are the 11 new ones, so that we are ready when 2026 hits our shores and we are able to serve the sector. Not only local government sector, these are public qualifications anyone else can consume. All right. New qualifications in development. We have got part qualifications. It was Ndadevere who spoke about full and part qualifications. You will decide from where you're sitting in terms of your needs, which part qualifications do you need. But most in particular, we are saying in the local government sector now, there's a challenge in terms of government supply chain management. That is why you find that there's so many issues around procurement and what has been procured, and some colleagues, some of them are innocent, but you find that they are in trouble because of lack of understanding of how procurement or supply chain should be handled. The second one is financial statement preparations. Where we are sitting, colleagues, I'm not going to mention names, we have got a number of municipalities that have received adverse audit outcomes. And this is where we are to say we need to come in and jump in as a skills development facilitator in the local government sector and assist. This is a full qualification assistant disaster management. We have learned lessons, colleagues, in the country, especially in the province of Eastern Cape, We have also even gone out of our way to make sure that we rebuild houses from discretionary grants because people were left homeless in the Eastern Cape. And when you engage with the custodians from the municipalities, you find that there's lack of understanding and qualified people. I want to put it politely, qualified people to be able to manage disasters as and when they come. I would leave that. I would leave it there. Qualifications developed for registration. Please assist when you arrive at the office to ensure that all these qualifications that have been developed for registration, then we run much quickly to serve South Africa, not only the local government sector. The list is there, you can see them. Let me just emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, the last part, the qualifications themselves. Building inspector practitioner, building. This is where the challenge is in terms of lack of skills or lack of qualified people to assist with, construction work which lasts when it is tested by events like seismic events in the mines, etc., etc. All right. 7 new skills programs. This is the work we're doing, colleagues. We have looked at, we have identified through the sector skills plan the 7 skills programs that should be developed or are being developed for approval by QCTO as well. Fire appliance driver, the list goes on, and this will be consumed by the sector during 2026 going forward. We are finalizing it with the Quality Council. 6 legacy qualifications, these are the old qualifications that we are replacing with skills programs. These are still on a proposition list, but already, by the way, we are under administration. So we have seen, with the administrator being on our shores, we have seen the work moving faster than in the past. So this particular work has already been approved, and we will be moving it as soon as possible. These are the learnerships. Learnerships are normally full qualifications. The challenges of water in our country, we are now developing, we have developed water process controllers, water reticulation. There was a speaker who was here, I just forgot his name, who was talking about challenges of clean water in the country. And the municipalities are not failing because they don't want to deliver. It's simply because we still need to train and capacitate our people to be able to deliver where they are sitting. There we are.
Okay, let's give him enormous. Okay, we will almost make it in time where Tabang before you go to Bloemfontein. I think we are not bad with time. Eh? We'll almost make it in time. Now, I'll open a round of questions. There'll be one round, just one. I'll start with that side, the side where Sfiso and them are sitting. Do you have any questions for the 3 presenters? So I'll take 1 and 2. Are you both from the same college? Tshwane South and what? And what? Tshwane South and Southwest. We close it there. Then we go to the road that is dominated by Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga. Do we have any questions there? You makancinci but Yes, wait. Kubani lo ngapha kins handimboni lo phakamisayo. Or PE. That is, you'll be number 3. Do you have another hand there? Okay, lovely. Here. Which college is that? What? So I can't see. I want to light. Yeah, reflector straight up. It's EEC, ne? Is that the only hand that we have? We move. This side. Okay. Majuba was called NEC, PEC, Skukun. Ne? Majuba was called NEC, PEC, Skukun. That side. No questions. Okay. Let's start that. Please, your name, your college, and yeah. We don't do this thing. We know the R21 from Pretoria and how you got here. We just shoot straight to the question. Ne? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Otawa Mondweli, and I'm from SATVETSA College, and I'm the Secretary General. So my question was to the LGCTA. It was in regards to the accreditations of these qualifications. So I wanted some clarity as to how they actually come with these credits and the differences between those qualifications. Thank you very much.
Okay. Southwest. Stand up as a board.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Shantay Madiba. I am the Deputy President from Southwest Gauteng TVET College. My questions are directed to Mr. Umbo, the QCTO Acting CEO. I have 3 questions. The first one is, when will we work with professional health bodies to ensure that TVET health qualifications are fully recognized and aligned with national health workforce needs? 2, can we establish clear articulation pathways that allow TVET and QCTO health graduates to progress directly into health degrees? And 3, what plans exist to strengthen partnerships between TVET colleges and QCTO and the Department of Health so that our students receive consistent clinical exposure, internships, and workforce integration? Because I believe if we address the areas of recognition, articulation, and partnerships, South Africa can unlock a powerful pipeline of skilled healthcare workforce from the TVET sector. Because we're hearing about new occupational programs that are mostly into engineering, environment, and etc., but we are not hearing how TVET is now feeding into the health and medical sector of South Africa. Because it was mentioned that with regards to university, we only have a small amount of students that are now working in our clinics and hospitals. And we know with the South African crisis of how we have overcrowded health facilities and understaffed members. So we need to be able to allow TVET students to feed into these sectors. Thank you.
Okay. You know, because your questions were so good, né? Don't, sweetheart, Mike, but because your questions were so good, I want you to repeat them again. Né? And I'll tell you why I want that. I don't think that's a question that only QCTO must respond to. Né? So I want everyone to have a proper understanding of. So you were good. I'll give you that spotlight again. Let's start from there. Yeah.
So the first question was, when will we work with professional health bodies to ensure that the TVET health qualifications are fully recognized and aligned with the national health workforce needs? Then the second question was, can we establish clear articulation pathways that allow TVET, and QCTO health graduates to progress directly into health degrees? Then the last question was, what plans exist to strengthen the partnerships between TVET colleges and QCTO and the Department of Health so that our students receive consistent clinical exposure, internships, and workforce integration? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was President PE.
Thank you.
In fact, Kosi, ndicela senze kanje. Madala, let's do like this. Kosi, please sit down. Madala has been saying I've not given him a responsibility. Please, Madala, you'll be the one that moves that mic now. Ne? Yes, President.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tandisiwe Mkubando. I'm the SRC President from B College. I'm curious about the criteria used to determine which programs are approved, particularly in poultry farming, fitness instructor, and beauty therapist. Yeah? How do these programs align with the college's objectives and job market demands? And are there any plans to expand or modify the programs offering to better cater to the interest and career aspirations of our students? Thank you.
Okay. I think somewhere, President, your mic was breaking. Ne? The first question, if you can repeat that.
First question was, how do these programs align with colleges' objectives and job market demands?
The second question, they are around poultry farming.
Yeah, are there any plans to expand or modify these programs offering to better cater to the interest and career aspirations of our students?
Okay. Thank you. It was Kinza, ne? As Lovedale, isn't it?
Where's Lovedale?
Nance, lo 20 kps endlini.
Oh. Yeah, this tender is better. I was beginning to sleep.
Because of you want to have a nice picture, you remove the curve.
Greetings, this is Gonzo Kianu, the SRC Secretary General of Lovedale David College. I have 4 points. I won't say they are questions. Number one, I want to plead with the department. TVET colleges have multiple SBA reports that have serious findings on irregulars that have been done. You find that in other TVET colleges, the SBA reports, you have pre-moderation that was never done, post-moderation. I can go and list, it's a long list. I just want to plead with the department that let us not be soft with these reports because they contain serious findings that now undermine the overall integrity of the qualifications that is being produced in the TVET sector. So can we please take serious those SBA reports? Secondly, you find that TVET colleges are introducing courses, occupational courses, without doing proper market research. Can't maybe the department have a working session with TVET colleges before it can be officially announced that they are introducing this particular occupational course, where a proper process, maybe a region of that department where that TVET college is situated, where there's a working session to check whether the market research has been done, to check whether the lecturers have been capacitated, so that we ensure that when these TVET colleges are introducing and starting to now intake students. They've done proper market research so that we avoid again creating a culture of offering qualifications that will produce students that don't get employed. Thirdly, it's a struggle nationally when we talk of Malusi certificates. This is something that is causing a pain to our students, especially the students that did not complete especially the students that did not pass everything in one exam sitting. They are nowhere to be found, their certificates. Not even one, not even two. They are stuck somewhere. And these students are unable to progress academically. It's a serious thing. We're just pleading with the department that let us take that matter of Malusi certificates very much serious, because it is really, really, really trembling the futures of our students. Lastly, green paper was produced 2012. 2013, it was then converted to white paper. But till today, you have TVET colleges that are saying they are not ready to offer occupational programs. It's a problem. Because now it has resulted to DHT allowing TVET colleges again to offer a program that has been identified to not responding to the needs of the economy, which in the overall will impact and enlarge the number of unemployed young people in this country. It is of a result of TVET colleges not wanting to respond to the call that was put by the department. So we're pleading with the department to hold management of TVET colleges accountable for not exercising what they are supposed to be exercising and implementing occupational programs. It's serious, because it's going to affect the future of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. EEC.
Mandi Tatel Tuba, the bully said, the Tika, Nancy Bazayo, Ikamalabdu Masimbonge, Wawapogoloshe, the Deputy President of Egohuleni, East TVET College. I have few questions. I'll start by saying every year TVET colleges produce more than 200,000 N6 that are waiting to do in-service training, and it's only less than 40,000 of students that get in-service trainings. And in that, the department rejects their applications for their diplomas because of late submissions and missing documents. And now we are here discussing the occupational programs, whereas we have so many students who have not been awarded their diplomas. What is the department saying about the future of academics in South Africa? Because with me hearing these occupational programs is that they end in level 8, if I saw right there. Then my question is, what is the department's plan in terms of making sure that by 2029, all N6 students that are still waiting for their diplomas and others are still waiting to be placed for in-service training, to make sure that at least 80% of those students that are sitting at home hoping that they will get their diplomas, some of them, they're not even aware that by 2029, they won't be awarded their diplomas. What is the department saying about that? Coming to occupational programs, adopting it now and saying it is a good initiative and we do accept it, but we are not ready for that. Since we are not ready for that, my question is, is the department have MOUs in place already that out of all these students that are going to do these occupational programs are going to be placed in which companies? And who is going to compensate those companies in making sure that they commit in training or absorbing them, in giving them the training that they need? Is their department having those MOUs? Now, Oganye, it's something that the department is still looking to do. All right, on that one, my last question is that these companies will train them and then they will go back home being unemployed. Is there a surety that I'm training with this company and then they will take me so that I can be permanently employed? Because it's a question and a statement that if I'm training with this certain company, I'm going to get a stipend, right? I don't know, but I'm assuming that I'll be getting a monthly stipend. For me, as a black young person, that stipend, I will take it as if I will appreciate it at that time. Then come a year after, or 3 years, or 2 years, depending on the term of the program. Then after that, we're starting from a Kaleni that I'm unemployed. I can even now maybe to continue and do a degree, master's and PhD. The last one. The last one that I have is that in terms of empowering or giving monies to entrepreneurs, because we do not say we want to be employed, we want to be employers. So is the department and the cities and other stakeholders have a budget to fund our businesses that we are going to start after getting these certificates? Nah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you realize that you said the last one twice? But you do know that we can discuss two things at the same time, and it. The fact that we're not discussing the other does not mean we must stop discussing something else, isn't it? Okay. Yeah. Majuba.
My name is Love Wisom Tetwa, the Secretary General of Majuba TVET College. But firstly, I would like to ask all of us maybe to clap hands for Mr. Vele. Mr. Vele just answered many of our questions before we ask them. Please lead us. I have got 3 questions for QCTO and 2 questions for the sitters. Number 1, most occupational programs are level 4 and 5. What will be the route to the National Occupational Diploma for the TVET student, or they will be required to do it at a varsity level? Number 2, in the full 3-year program, what will happen if a student drops out, or a lady becomes pregnant, or someone get accident, then they want to come back and study the program of occupational? Then thirdly, the DHET has the DHET presented a plan for the review of conditions of service for the lecturers, given that occupational programs require that lecturers work 40 hours a day for 12 months a year? How will a poor TVET college be supported with the infrastructure for the rollout of occupational programs? then for SETAs. Since the national diploma will be the last issued by the 30 June 2029, while we still have many N6 graduates who still haven't got workplace to complete their national diplomas, what is the plan for the SETAs to address this crisis? Then, last one. The TVET sector is in shortage of funding from the SETAs for N6 and graduates, and many students are afraid that they will be left behind as the TVET sector is transforming from the legacy to occupational programs. And last issues of the national diploma is issued on the 2029. What is the department pursued, or how will they address funding shortages? Then we have got a proposal from the students. I hope this leader, wherever he is, you'll listen to it. The proposal is that we ask the head to engage with the SETAs for the support of the TVET student for their placement in workplace as from the year 2026 in order to obtain their national diplomas before 2029. Thank you, as I learned.
Thank you. You know, Nopal, Mr. Vel, if I can ask Nopal about what are conditions of service, he will not answer me because it's not his question, that one. One lecture somewhere decided to write, let me squeeze this thing in there. And you can see from Takalani's smile that he knows what I'm talking about. Do you think there's a student who calculates how many hours a lecture works? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Mr. Vele, this question is directed to you. Your presentation clearly stated that institutions are trusted with choosing their offered occupational courses. However, I would like to know that if an institution has chosen certain occupational course, how long would it take for them to be accredited? And then the second question is that since it is guaranteed from your presentation that those persons doing the being phased out courses needed to be specific, that their credits would be transposed to their occupational courses of choice. And yet we know that SETAs have one of their requirements that states you are only liable from the ages of 16 to 35. So what would then happen to people that are over the age of 35? Thank you.
Larato. Just in front of you.
Thank you so much. My name is Lerato Toteti, the National Student Funding Officer of SATVETSA. Mine is very simple, Program Director. Which strategy will be used to increase the number of TVET college lecturers accredited as QCTO to reduce the college's dependent on external professionals? Then the second one is the QCTO still considering or has it implemented a system of fees for the accreditation of skills development providers? Thank you.
Even that one, you can tell. PC. They'll take a picture of you looking at me like
that. Thank you, National Student Funding. My name is Somelele Ndwai. I am the Provincial Secretary of SATVETSA in the province of Eastern Cape. I think my question is for Mr. Vere. Colleges determine programs, not DHEAD. That's fine, even though I believe DHEAD should be involved heavily. My question is, how will DHEAD monitor PQM coherence without, of course, dictating programs? Thank you.
Okay. Your hand was not up. It was, the last hand was Kukune there.
Greetings to the House of Lunch. My name is Mola Dobena, the Secretary General of the Mighty Sikuku in Limpopo. I don't know, mine is a question or a comment or what, but I've heard Minister Vele saying that there is a training that is alive or that is actually offered to the contract permanent staff, which is our lecturers that were actually lecturing related courses. So I want to ask, how far are they in training the lecturers to ensure that they deliver effective and efficient education to our students? Yes, we actually support the introduction of occupational programs, but my question is, are they really going to provide us with an articulation pathway to higher institutions? Some of us are not skilled. Someone like me cannot do a makeup or hairdressing, whatever. But theoretically, yeah, do you get what I'm saying? So, if you're saying, let me just say we are, the exact number that we are, we have registered competitions in a particular college. You understand what I'm saying? So, are we really yes, we understand that this occupational program are going to contribute to economic development of our country, right? But the question is, are we all going to create
I go paid. Just repeat that again.
I was asking if we are all going to be business owners.
Okay.
Secondly, maybe the other thing I would like to suggest from the depth of my heart to DHET, to actually retain the latex, to not actually but phase them out. Let them retain them, but add the occupational programs to the TVET sectors. In order
Okay, we don't do that, no? Yeah. That clapping we don't do. Well, now you're still fine. You're coming all right. You're still fine.
So I was suggesting let the department retain those related courses because some of us, not all of us can go to the to whatever electrical whatever. And some of us we are in the tier sector. The aim was to go beyond the tier sector. We were not pushing. At least I can know we were not looking to go to the tier sector because we were focusing on universities. So to some of us, I'm doing public management M6. I've applied to university. I'm going to get university late next year. If it provides me with an articulation pattern that I'm talking about, then at least I'll have to already create that so that I can be at university. So
Some of the questions were already answered by the slides. And then there was a slide that has speed. The stepisi, ne? Let's go on the stepisi. There were certain things that were written in the middle, ne? Neri wants her from one step, okay, let's keep that. But UCTO will respond to that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Appreciate that. My name is Derek Brino. I am from Bloemfontein Health. I'm the chairman of National Hospital Development Camp. And my question is for Mr. Rebe. I feel compelled to ask this because I did not see any of the slides that you mentioned speaking on this specific. How are occupational programs going to
Okay. And that, go on your level. yahle man. Benga Robin Yakatakata. So.
How are occupational programs going to support differently able students? And are these programs fabricated in such a way that differently able students feel accommodated? And lastly, with the structural challenges in architecture facing the TVET college sector, are these resources readily available to assist in that regard?
Okay. So on the program, there's also a panel around that question as well. That's how important it is. So I think that Vele said to colleagues, I think we're done with this round. We'll get responses, then we'll then move to the next presentations. I'll start with the devil. There are some questions that were asked. They were directed to QCTO, but because colleagues were having interviews outside, I think when you respond, they'll be able to catch up to those. And I'll start with, maybe let me start with LG SETA. I think you have fewer questions than in just one year. Yeah.
Oh, you won't come?
No, we have a dedicated.
Thanks for the question. Just a bit of background, because the issue of credits and notional hours is a bit technical, but I'll try and explain it in a much more simplified manner. When SETAs develop qualifications, firstly, there's a niche that has been identified through what is called sector skills plan. In simple language, that is research. And then the SETAs will commission, or shall I say the SETAs will gather subject matter experts. These are educated people in South Africa, doctors and professors, technical people in the industry, etc., etc. Such people then look at the load of work, and the full qualification as per prescriptions by SAQA will be a year or two. Now, when they develop such a qualification, they look at what we call credits. It's a method. They say 1 credit is equals to 10 notional hours. And that determines the volume or the duration of that particular qualification. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the questions that the leaders are asking. So my psychic powers were not really working in full. That's why I now have a whole list of new questions. I'm not sure if Mr. Mbuwe is back, but the first 3 questions were to the QCTO. I will try my best to respond to them, yeah, Mr. Mbuwe can add when he comes back from the interviews. When will we work with the health professional bodies for recognition of TVET health programs? Now, programs and occupational qualifications are developed by SETAs. They are developed by SETAs because SETAs are best placed to develop qualifications because they organize industries according to sectors, where these sector skills plans that the colleague from LG SETA was talking about. So as part of development of these qualifications, there is engagement with professional bodies. And I would think that even in the health sector, that would be the case. But if you're specifically referring to the NCV primary health program that we have discontinued, then that qualification was discontinued because it was not appropriately aligned and it could not be linked with professional bodies in the health space. But any other qualification that is developed and it requires links with professional bodies, that will be done through the development with SETAs and the QCTO. Articulation into health degrees. Now, we have something in our education system called the National Qualifications Framework. Now, the National Qualifications Framework is the equalizer. It means that qualifications that are on the NQF are eligible to articulate, whether it's horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, with other related qualifications in the same NQF. Now, one of the biggest challenges that has been an issue with articulating qualifications from one pathway to another, for instance, from TVET colleges qualifications to higher education qualifications, was the university's autonomy and decision on what articulates to their qualifications or not. But since 2023, we have developed a policy on articulation of TVET qualifications into higher education, which provides guidelines as to how that is done, but qualifications that are related. So that framework exists currently for articulating TVET qualifications into higher education, and that will also apply to occupational qualifications. What process or plans exist to strengthen the department, the QCTO, and the health institution partnerships? Partnership, I hope I captured it correctly. The department engages in partnerships for various purposes. We engage in partnerships with quality councils like the QCTO for purposes of quality assurance. We engage with professional bodies for purposes of continuous professional development, either of employees in terms of lecturers or any other human resource. But we also engage with employer organizations, whether it's business, and so on. So this kind of partnerships and engagements exist. It's not something that we plan to do. So even with the Health Professional Council, there are platforms where the department engage for whatever purpose that exists there. How do poultry farm and beauty therapists align with the students' needs or the students' aspirations? Now, this is the process that we follow when we approve to fund colleges when they bring qualifications to us. One is that they must have obtained accreditation for that qualification from the QCTO or the SETA, depending on whether the program is a delegated function to a SETA or whether it's done by the QCTO. But as part of that accreditation process, colleges need to provide evidence of the skills need of that qualification. So they must have done some kind of situational analysis or, we call it a situational analysis or a market scan or a labor intelligence survey or something. Something that tells them that there is a need for this skill in this area, and therefore they can then decide to offer a qualification to develop that skill. So we also look at such evidence when they apply to us. So they produce that when they do application for accreditation, but also when they apply for funding with the department, we also look for that kind of evidence. Many of them would have provided information that comes from IDPs or district development plans, which shows that this kind of skill is needed to be developed in such an area. So for the colleges that we have approved for that, they would have provided that. Okay? Remember that the programs that we have listed there that are offered in 2026 as new, it's not offered by the 50 TVET colleges. It's offered by specific colleges that have applied for it. And as part of approving, we would have looked at those things. Okay? SBA reports, I think mostly it was a commentary, but I do take note of the issues that you have raised. It's just unfortunate that the National Examination and Assessment Unit might not be represented here, who deals mainly with issues around assessments and certification. The only one that, because I have information about it through engagements in various forums, is the one on students who complete their programs at different sittings. Yeah. I think the biggest challenge there is that there is no automated system that kicks in. Once a student has completed 2 subjects in one sitting and the other 2 subjects in the other sitting, there is no automated system that triggers to indicate that the student has completed and therefore a certificate must be issued. The department relies on the applications that the students make after completing those other subjects at a different sitting. And if a student doesn't make that application, it's quite difficult for the department to can then issue a certificate. And that's why we always encourage students, once the second set of subjects are completed for the one level, then that application must be made at the college, and then that process will then filter through to the department for the certificate to be issued. And that is a challenge because many students only come up when they have applied for a job. By the time they finish and they are not required to produce the certificate, they don't do that process. And it takes a bit of time. I think they've got a turnaround of 90 days, but I think they are currently working on 40. But it used to be 90 days, but I think they've brought it down to about 40 days or so. So that is the one thing that I can comment on. But the rest of the issues, I'm noting them, and then I will pass them through to the colleagues who deals with them. Now, effort that the DHET is making to assist NATED students with, who are waiting for placement with N6. I think we have collected data now, Mr. Midiro. We are sitting on 30,000 that we have collected from colleges. I think we've collected data on all the students. We're sitting on 30,000 now, but students can still, those who might not be part of that 30,000 may still provide information at colleges. What we are doing is we are engaging with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. That is the department that governs, I don't know what it's called in good English, but that governs companies in this country, so that we can find a mechanism that these companies can open up spaces to place these students. not just for the students, but also for the purposes of facilitating the placements for occupational qualifications. We are with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and also the other partner who's coming into that space is the Department of Small Business Development, because the rolling out or the implementation of occupational qualifications will not rely only on big companies and big conglomerates. It will also rely on the participation of the small businesses that exist within our communities and in our areas. So that engagement is there. There are also big companies that approaches us and we engage with them to assist with placement. I think this year, in the past 3 months, we have engaged with Tiger Brands, which employs about 8,000 people in this country. We have engaged with Take a Lot. We have engaged with Microsoft. We have engaged with, what's the fourth one? Lenovo. Yeah. So we continue, beside the government entities that we engage with. I mean, we engaged with ESCOM. They've showed us their plan of the next 10 to 20 years, and they're going to be employing almost 18,000 people. So we continuously engage either with entities of the Department of Government, which is government department, but we also engage with private industry role players so that we can have these students placed, and also not just the ones who want to obtain the national end diploma, but for the continuous implementation of occupational qualifications. Is the DHET having MOUs with companies to place students? No. The DHET doesn't have MOUs for placing specific students who are in a specific institution. The TVET college that identifies which program to offer also engage with specific partners where those specific students who are completing the specific qualifications will be placed. And the MOUs for that are signed between the institution, the college, and the implementing partners who will be the industry where students are placed. The MOUs that the department have is the ones that the department will have as a national initiative, which does not specify which student. For instance, when we have an MOU with Microsoft, it won't say that 5 students from Majuba will be placed in this environment of Microsoft. It will say that the department is entering in this so that it can facilitate for Microsoft to open its spaces, to provide support, and so on. But for specific qualifications that colleges offer and specific partners to support those specific qualifications, those MOUs are signed between the institution and the partners. Is there surety for employment after completing the training? Otherwise, we're just going back to be unemployed. Yes. I wish I could guarantee everybody a job who comes through a TVET college. What I can provide comfort about is that the qualifications that we are talking about are designed by industry through SETAs. So it means that the skills that one will gain will be aligned to what the industry needs. So the high chance is that many students will get employment. But also those that would not get employment. We can't all be entrepreneurs. There was somebody who was saying, are we all going to be business people? the fewer that will have the edge and the support to start their own enterprises will do. I cannot guarantee 100% employment, but I can indicate that majority of the people will get employment because the skills that will be developed would be aligning with what the industry needs. Does the DHET have the budget to fund entrepreneurs, the group that will start their own thing? There are various entities and government departments that deals with that. There are agencies. This is not the function of the Department of Higher Education and Training. The Department of Higher Education and Training leads training. There are entities like NYDA, the National Empowerment Fund, entities that sits within the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Small Business Development, where issues of entrepreneurship development happens. The efforts that the department does is to engage and collaborate with partners who can support these entrepreneurial activities when you are still at the college. And you will know about, I think, Mr. Dladla from Alan and Jill Gray Foundation, who runs the TVET Premiership competitions. So those are the efforts that the department does when you are at college, providing those opportunities. There is the Valued Citizens one, supported by L'Oreal and so on. So those will be activities to support entrepreneurs while you're still at college. But once you're outside college, there are other funding sources that you can pursue that do not really fall within the realm of the department. And I've made an example of NYDA and the other departments that are directly have the mandate for that. The requirements for occupational diploma. The occupational diploma, let's make an example with the one for engineering, mechanical engineering technician. The admission requirement, there is an NQF level 4 or equivalent qualification. That means your National Senior Certificate or your NCV. So the admission requirement is then NQF level 4. NCV and the National Senior Certificate would provide you with access to that occupational diploma.
Okay, Mr. Vele, just before you continue, I'll allow you to respond, but I just wanted, so that you are not in trouble with SAGPO as well, to acknowledge the chair. He's leaving to catch a flight.
Oh, the chair of SAGPO, Mr. Ndlela, I didn't see you.
Yeah, I want to call it correctly. It's Mr. Christopher Juba Ndlela, the chairperson of SAGPO and the college principal of Mnambit. Let's give him a good round of applause.
Okay.
Thank you for the support, and please travel safely, Menier.
Okay.
You see, even Mr. Msipa wants to meet you now. Okay, you may continue.
Okay. Thank you. Safe travels, Mr. Ndlela. Oh yes, I've just responded to the occupational diploma one. Access is grade 12, NSC, NCV. That is your occupational diploma. What happens if one gets a break? Pregnancy, illness, any possible situation that may require one to take a break. Yeah. How is that currently accommodated? I think that is the question that you should ask yourself. How is that currently accommodated? So the way that it's currently accommodated will still apply. Okay? The implementation of occupational qualifications is not supposed to bring any disadvantage to students. So the conditions that exist now will still exist for occupational qualifications. The modalities may be different because maybe your requirement to be in the workplaces at certain times and so on. But those could always be planned around. So there is nothing that is taken away from students that currently exist in that space. I'm not going to respond to the question about lecturers' working conditions, because that is not your... That one I will deal with when I meet with lecturers. So I will pass that one. And Mr. Rachirumera, you will pardon me. I'm not going to respond to this question here. I will respond to it when I engage with lecturers. We have dealt with the issue of placement, the current engagements that we're having with DTIC, small business development, the conglomerates of big companies that we engage with to facilitate for placement of students. Ask DHET to engage with SETAs to fund placements of students. Yes, we continuously engage with SETAs. And I think they have also taken a stance that they will increase their support for public TVET colleges. I think you heard from the INSETA CEO this morning that SETAs have taken a decision from whatever forum they had in their space to increase the funding of support to TVET colleges. So that is a continuous engagement that we do. How long does it take for accreditation or approval? With the QCTO, I think they've got a 90-day cycle. From the time that all the documentation is submitted, they have a 90-day cycle to complete the accreditation process. That means going for site verification and all of that. With the Department of Higher Education and Training for approval for funding, because colleges get accreditation from the QCTO and then apply to the DHET for funding. We have a cycle that takes applications in March, and then we provide, we do the costing of programs if it's a new one, between May and June, and by July, we already start issuing letters for programs that are offered in the following year. So you can say we have a ±6-month cycle. Because we currently work on academic years. So by July of this year, we are already done with qualifications that colleges will offer the following year. And remember, with the department, it's just a process of determining whether it's a scarce skill or there is a justification for why this qualification is needed, where it's supposed to be offered, and also whether it's accredited. That's what we do from our side. The question around students who would want to transfer credits to occupational qualifications and they are over 35 and perhaps they could not be funded by SETAs for stipends and placement and all of that. I'm not familiar with that clause, but I will probably ask maybe one of the sitters to respond, whether that applies to students who wants to be placed as part of qualifications, or is that only applicable to internships? You want to respond? Okay, yeah. Somebody will respond in the presentation from the sitters. Because the 35, I think it's about internships and things like that, but there's probably some flexibility. But for qualification completion, I don't think there's a restriction like that. But there's a relevant person who will respond to it. Strategy to capacitate lecturers to reduce reliance on external providers. Yes, there are various interventions. I think some of them, Mr. Mbue talked about them, where we collaborate with the QCTO to do upskilling. I'm reluctant to use that capacity development because I was in trouble some other time when I said we're capacitating lecturers on the support of occupational qualifications. And somebody said, who said we don't have capacity? So I think I must choose my words well. It's upskilling of lecturers. So we have various programs that we run in collaboration with the QCTO to support upskilling of lecturers in support of the implementation of occupational qualifications. And many of these have happened throughout the year. This year, I think we have done that for all the programs that we have implemented in 2025 and those that we are implementing in 2026. And this will be continuous as new programs are brought to us by colleges. How will DHET monitor the program and qualification mixes, coherence of PQMs of colleges, coherence without dictating to colleges? Remember, we fund the colleges, and we fund them according to the programs and qualifications that they bring to us. So we know who's offering what when, though we don't dictate what they must offer. There is something called a funding grid. Ms. Kalele will probably talk about it when she does her presentation, where colleges complete the list of qualifications that they are offering with the numbers that they intend to enroll and all of that. So we have that data, and we don't control them on what to offer, but we do monitor through the instruments like the funding grids and things like that. Articulation pathway to higher education. There is something that we must understand about TVET colleges. TVET colleges are not bridging centers of universities. I'm going to repeat this. TVET colleges are not bridging centers for universities. TVET programs and qualifications are developed and designed with the primary purpose to develop skills. The secondary, now, secondary to you might be primary, but it's secondary to the system. Then the secondary is to provide an opportunity for articulation and for lifelong learning. The primary purpose of our qualifications is to develop skills. It's not to bridge for universities. So they are designed to develop skills first and then with the opportunity for possible articulation. So, yes, you might come to a TVET college with a purpose to want to do a TVET college qualification so that you can go to university and articulate and so on. But know that what we would have provided you, the primary purpose for that will be to develop the skills that we need in this country. And you can still use that qualification for purposes of articulation. So we are not going to change the qualification design of TVET qualifications so that we can accommodate the few people who want to come to TVET colleges for the purposes of bridging towards university. So the qualifications that we have still provide you that opportunity, but we cannot change our design and delivery models to just focus on bridging for universities. That I must clarify. Yes. There isn't anything with occupational qualifications that excludes students with disabilities. There is nothing that excludes students with disabilities. I must qualify that unfairly. Okay, I must qualify that. There isn't anything in occupational qualifications that discriminates against students with disabilities unfairly. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's where I will stop. The resources to support students with disabilities, the same kind of support that we provide currently for students with disabilities will still apply, whether it's in concessions in the periods to complete, or it's resources to support learners with disabilities, that will still apply. Nothing changes. Okay. Sonti, I think those are all the questions. I hope I didn't miss any other one.
It's every day, Mr. Vel.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe just to also clarify the one about, are we all going to be business people? The TVET qualification enables you to develop a skill that you can either go to work or you can start your own enterprise. And not all occupational qualifications are trades. That we must also clarify. Not all occupational qualifications are trades, and not all occupational qualifications are technical. You've got occupational qualifications in hospitality, in services, in business, and you also have the trades, which are mainly in the technical side. But you've got occupational qualifications everywhere. Supply chain management, you find an occupational qualification there. It's not technical. So when we think about occupational qualifications, we should not only think about trades and technical stuff. There is a whole variety of occupations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. QCTO, we really are out of time, and I would plead that in a minute, just respond to all what is answered. I think Mr. Vele has answered a lot of your questions as well that were QCTO directed or asked to QCTO. Over to you, Mania.
It shows that we are working very closely. That's why you managed to. For real, you answered almost 98% of everything. The only question that I would like to touch on is the question that I'm going to learn from Mr. Vele and say, fees on accreditation of SDP, I don't think it's for this platform.
Thank you so much. So while we are loading, we are going to have Tabang. Tabang, I'm going to put a timer, 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. Tabang is from the MICT SETA. Let's give him a good round of applause.
Good afternoon to everybody. Leadership, all protocol observed. I wish I could recognize all of you guys, but time is not on my side. My name is Tabang Mukuma. I'm the technical advisor for 4IR at the MICT SETA. So I hope my presentation is actually going to answer some of the questions that have been raised here in today's session. And your questions are very, what's going on now? Can you please help me here? It's not. Oh, yeah, sure, okay, sure. My presentation is 52 slides long, but I'll finish it in 5 minutes. This is the joy of AI. So as I indicated that I'm from the 4IR division within the MICT SETA, I think it's quite important that I give you a brief background on the establishment of the division, which would then set the scene, basically, of this presentation, in a sense. So we are a division that was established in 2019 when the country was actually embracing the fourth industrial revolution. In fact, if you really study the documentation, especially coming from the PC4IR Commission, which is the Presidential Commission on 4IR, one of the first and most important, in my view, recommendations that came out of that report is that the country, in order for us to be participants and not just consumers of the 4IR general purpose technologies that are actually presented by the fourth industrial revolution, one of the things that will help us to be an important global player within this current era is that we need to invest in human capital. And the SETAs, as skills development authorities, would be best suited to actually lead in terms of upskilling and reskilling people for them to actually be able to interact with some of these technologies. So we then, as the SETA, that is obviously mandated to develop skills in the media and ICT sector, we're then granted permission by the Department of Higher Education to establish a standalone 4IR division. So we're the only SETA with a standalone 4IR division, which is mandated to lead on 4IR skills development to ensure that we create a skilled workforce that is able to respond to some of these technologies that are presented by the fourth industrial revolution. If you may ask, how many of you in this room are actually capacitated on artificial intelligence? You see, only one person in a group of 200 participants, I don't know how many, but I'm just giving a rough estimation. That just goes to show you that, are we really skilling our young people for the right jobs or in-demand skills that are required by the industry? And this is our mandate as a division, to ensure that we upskill yourselves, those who want to go into employment, but also those who are in employment, so that they can be able to respond to some of these technologies. One of the things that we were given as a mandate, outside of the mandate of skills development, is to lead on innovation and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, there's that lady that said, are all of us going to be entrepreneurships? One of the good things about the fourth industrial revolution and its new technologies is that it offers us an opportunity to, one, innovate, but also create entrepreneurs. Yes, we can skill you to become employees, but what we're also trying to do is giving you, in your terms, a buffet of opportunities, where those of you who don't want to go into entrepreneurship can then still be employed by some of these companies that and you will see what I'm actually talking about towards the presentation. So our initiatives, as we roll them out, we're intentional to make sure that we really upskill yourselves to actually be able to, one, become entrepreneurial, but also innovate. We're not skilling you just for the sake of skilling you, but we are skilling you so that you can be able to innovate and create and solve some of the problems that you face on a day-to-day basis. And I'll just show you through my presentation what exactly I'm talking about. So over the years, since 2020, we've developed quite a number of 4IR occupational qualifications. In fact, to date, as the MICT SETA 4IR division, we've developed 52 plus 4IR aligned qualifications. That speaks to the fourth industrial revolution. One of the questions that came by is that, do we have MOUs with industry, and can we then link some of them to the industry? And if you see the last point, strategic partnerships, our work as the SETA, we're guided by what is known as an integrated digital skills strategy, which guides how we roll out our 4IR skills development initiative. And one of the things that this IDSS actually emphasizes is that for us to achieve and make sure that people are upskilled and we create a workforce that is actually able to respond to some of these 4IR general purpose technologies, is that we need to work with other partners. This obviously would include TVET colleges, academia, but also industry. It's quite important that we link industry to TVET colleges, and not only TVET colleges, but also higher education institutions such as CETs as well as universities. And I think Mr. Buthelezi will also touch briefly on the concept of COS and how we also, as the SETA, have actually adopted on that model to ensure that we link TVET colleges with industry partners so that after the rollout of these programs, the issue of placement should not be a problem, because we've already linked you to, as a TVET college, to a specific industry partner. And you would see this is how we establish our partnerships with industry. It's through the signing of MOUs so that we can really create, if you see the impact slide, businesses and job opportunities. Our rollout in terms of skills development is actually tied to the MTDP, which of course, it has three priorities. One is to ensure that we create job creation. The second is to reduce poverty, but also building a capable and ethical state. Capability, in my view, especially in our context, means a skilled people that can actually really be able to, be it in the public sector or even in industry, to ensure that we contribute to the economic of this country. So we've developed these 52 qualifications, 4IR aligned qualifications, ranging from artificial intelligence, cloud computing, design thinking, data science, Internet of Things, robotic process automation, RPA. One qualification that is very important, and we've seen a great appetite by the TVET colleges, is the mobile device repairs. All of us, if not most of us, come from Kasi. And who fixes our phones? Exactly. Yes. So this is a priority that we've actually been rolling out in some of the TVET colleges. A case in question is Orbit TVET College, where we've trained young people on mobile device repairs, because this is one of the opportunities where we can actually create greater entrepreneurs. I always tell these young people that we've actually trained is that the first customer that you have in mobile device repairs is actually in your family, because each and every household that we live in, there's a broken cell phone. Definitely sure. And this is how the entrepreneurial aspect then comes in terms of some of these qualifications. So there's quite a lot of them, 52 of them. I can't go through all of them, but these are the qualifications that we've developed over since 2020 to ensure that really we create qualifications that are in demand. For a long time, and we all know that we've been skilling and educating our young people into unemployment, the tide needs to change. Our view and our perspective, or even our approach in skills development, needs to be different. We really need to create entrepreneurs, but because we know that once you create an entrepreneur, there's a likelihood that that entrepreneur will employ another 2 or 3, in a sense. And that's why we really focus on entrepreneurship as the MICT SETA. So we've developed, these are some of the qualifications that we're developing. You see, this is a fast and dynamic era that we're actually operating in. Because we've developed 52, but now there's still a need to develop more so qualifications that actually speak to the 5th industrial revolution, if you like, although it hasn't been really termed. There's some other qualifications in the telecom sector. You know that the 5G, as well as the, the data houses, warehouses are actually a growing thing in the country and just generally. Let me just move to the most important part of the presentation in terms of what exactly I mean by creating. What I'm telling you is not, things that we want to do or things that we are planning to do. We've already started implementing some of our programs, 4-hour programs in TVET colleges. In Ehlanzeni TVET College, recently we've actually concluded a lecture capacitation or lecture development program in artificial intelligence and machine learning at Capricorn TVET College, where we've really tried to capacitate our lecturers, or sorry, let me use your word, Mr. Vere, upskilling our TVET lecturers so that they can actually be able to then transfer the knowledge that they get from these programs to yourselves as students. These are some of the success stories and the outputs that our programs have actually produced. 153 jobs that have been created through our piloted, implemented programs. Most, if not all, of these programs, because if we're training young people on artificial intelligence, robotics, process automation, and the likes, likelihood and data science, which are growing and emerging careers, they are likely to be absorbed. Sorry, hey, it's saying observed, man. It's a Friday. But entrepreneurship, we also emphasize on entrepreneurship. We've created through our programs 47 companies specializing in various digital general purpose technology. This could be in software development, optic fiber, 5G, cloud computing, as well as Internet of Things. We've registered 20 cell phone and laptop repairs that are actually operational. Part of our rollout is that we, even after the program, give these young people cell phone kits to actually start their businesses so that they can actually make money. And by way of doing, we are really trying to reduce the unemployment rate. As I'm about to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, we have really, over the years, tried our best to upskill young people, but we really need to concede that there's quite a lot that needs to be done. But of course, we can be, that could be achieved through our various partnerships that we have, in a sense. One thing that we've actually started implementing in TVET colleges, remember, in the beginning of my presentation, I spoke about innovation as well as entrepreneurship. One great thing that the 4IR has presented to us is an opportunity to innovate. These prototypes actually are prototypes that have been developed by our young people that have been through our programs. These are problems that they are facing on a day-to-day basis. And we are actually getting them to develop these prototypes, and then we work with the Technological Innovation Agency, which is TIA, to then fund them through a grassroots funding, in a sense. And that's how our partnerships are actually able to really assist us to actually be able to really create a platform where these young people are actually be able to innovate. And we're not just skilling them for the sake of skilling them. They need to get a platform through our hackathons where they really innovate, and then we can then link them to some of the industry partners. And some, if you like, these industries or these innovations can be adopted by some of these industry partners, which would obviously be responding to some of the challenges that they face on a day-to-day basis. So I think that's the end of my presentation, but I think one thing that I actually wanted to answer in terms of the TVET placement after you really require the in-service training. We actually do, I think in the past there was a, I don't know if it was a miscommunication, but a misalignment in terms of policy where TVET colleges, for example, you require 18 months, but CETAs can only fund 12 months, in a sense. Some of these things have actually been rectified through the auditors, in a sense, and TVET, or at least our SETA, is now able to fund you for your entire placement process, be it 18 months, so that you can actually get your qualifications, in a sense. So this is some of the interventions that we are able to do. And yeah, I think I'm done with my presentation. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth industrial revolution is here. AI is here. It will actually, well, if you don't embrace it, it will be the worst thing to happen to you. If you embrace it, it will be the best thing to happen to you. Thank you very much.
Let's do better then. Okay. Thank you so much. So we are pressed for time. I'm now going to call on, I know I abuse him, but he understands that I abuse him. Oshange to quickly he's not doing a presentation, he was just going to do a prepared speech. Then we'll have the CEO. I know people will get excited about this. We'll have the CEO of NSFAS, Wasim Denumis Galera. Wasim, please greet them. Yeah, I can say, just greet Wasim there at the back. The CEO of NSFAS is here. You can sit here, Wasim. You can come sit here.
No, it's for the CEO, it's not for me. Thank you very much, Mr. Sondi. Maybe before I start, I know this is not the last conference that we engage or I agreed on your request. But then I just want to make a request up front so that it will be 3 or 6 months in advance, depending on the next conference. I know myself and you are Kaizer Chiefs supporters. Please allow me to finish. But my request to Mr. Sonti is that when he put me on the program, please use either sundown or pirate position to put me. We will continue to support Chiefs, but I don't want to be in the position of the Chiefs on the program. Thank you very much. Coming back to my input, I will call it an input because a lot of presentations have been made. There's also another disadvantage of talking towards the end, because now you have to cut a lot of meat in your presentation because it has already been presented on the table. So repeating it might give people indigestion. I will go straight to, or before I get there, the message that I've got sitting here from the morning from the presidents of SATVETSA to all the other speakers is that the sector needs transformation, or we are transforming the sector. So what I'm going to talk about is how do we go through that transformation using occupational qualifications. Because if we'll say we'll transform the sector using what we have always used, it might not work. I'm going to share with you some of the achievements that we've seen when we started piloting. Because one key question might be, are these occupational qualifications working? Or we are just moving to the unknown? My answer to that, we've started with the pilots in 2019. And how far have we moved with that pilot? Because 2019 to now, it's about 6 years. We have transformed the system using what we have called the centers of specialization. Because as a department, we have placed emphasis on strengthening occupational, because these programs are mostly directly linked to labor market needs, productivity, and inclusive growth. The president in the morning, when she addressed you, she emphasized the role of TVET College in the economic development of the country. I can't agree with her more on that. That the economy of the country is more, it will be only transformed through vocational education and training. And we will use that through occupational qualification. So hence we have placed emphasis on the occupational qualification. On our pilot, we did not just say we are overhauling the system, but we started focusing on 13 trades that are in high demand based on industry need, and at 26 centers. We have since expanded those centers based on industry demand. And from 2019, we've seen the first cohort of just over 1,000 artisans graduating from occupational qualification on different trades, with 97% pass rate in different trades. The national pass rates for artisan in the country is currently sitting at, it hovers between 68 to 70%. How did we then manage to get it to 97 using TVET colleges? That at one time, in my other life, I used to go around the country and say, we are not working with TVET college because they are not responsive. So before I retire in the system, I must correct my sins and make TVET colleges responsive. How we have done that? Somewhere I was driving in Northwest to one of the centers of specialization. I saw this board passing next to a farm. It said, trespassing is not allowed. If you trespass, you'll be shot and killed. If you survive, you will be killed, you will be shot again. So I thought this guy means business. It's very intentional. So when we implemented occupational qualification, we also became very intentional and said, if you have not passed your trade test at the first attempt, we will put up a means that you, through recognition of prior running and ARPL, if you come back to us and say, I did not pass my trade test, we'll then put you through ARPL so that we ensure that we leave no one behind. So as a result, through SETA funding, a first pilot of those mop-up exercises that we have done for those that did not pass at the first attempt was funded by the FoodBev. It assisted us, and we got all of them through the process. So hence then the pass rate is quite high. The second important thing is about absorption. 80% of those artisans that we have trained through this revamped workshop that we call centers of specialization, they have been absorbed by companies. If you come from Northlink, you'll know that Department of the Navy, Department of Defense through Navy, they've become the employer of choice. Every year, they will go to the college and say, this year we'll be taking so many apprentices. Damen Shipyard is another one, and there are quite a number of them. And in a number of areas, those employers will say, we like the quality produced by TVET colleges, we will be taking learners from TVET colleges. Score Metal is one of the lead employers at Swane South, where we have a center of specialization. Artisans that are there are employed there. But I'm saying 80%. What happened to the 20%? There was a question there about, Mr. Vele answered it, but I'll just go through it. Can we guarantee you employment if you have went through even a center of specialization? We cannot. What we can guarantee you is that we are going to give you a skill. We can't guarantee you that you will be employed. But what I can say to you, if you are a motor mechanic, you have qualified, you have your trade test as a motor mechanic, and you choose because your employer did not offer you a contract, you choose to take that trade test qualification, file it, put it at a drawer at home, and sit on social media, you'll be part of the stats. Because what will be happening, those that have inferior qualification to you, and a number of them coming from neighboring countries, will be moving around Midas and other space, saying, I can maintain your car when you are sitting at home. So the problem there will not be the qualification you are having, but it's yourself. I think we should talk about this. Because our qualification are having international currency. 2 months ago, September to be specific, we were doing, on the stage, we were rewarding those artisans that have passed through the centers of specialization, have been recognized by the employers as best in the sector, and 2 of those were already plying their trades in America. Yes, Donald Trump won't give our officials, politicians, the visas, but our artisans are getting there, and they are applying their trade there. 2 of them, after qualifying, they got visas, they are working there. I'm part of the apprenticeship and artisan network that covers all the sub-Saharan, all the African countries below the Sahara. I'm part of the network there. And we've been discussing that a discussion started in Nigeria where they had a serious issue. I think most people know Mr. Dangote, that he has just recruited 1,000 technicians and artisans from India. And the question was, how is that possible in a country of 235 million people? And the answer was, I need people with skills. And I could not find the skills that I require with around those 235 million people. That's the challenge that we are having. That we will find ourselves, not because our skills are inferior, but we'll find ourselves sidelined in the job market. Also in the areas of employment creation. I was quite happy with MICT CETA presentation around the number of people that are now cell phone repairers. Because that's the market that we are not able to really crack in. The hairdressing market. I used to walk between 178 Francis Bart and 235, which are 2 blocks of the department. Just in between the 2 blocks, which is about 100 or so meters, the number of salons that are there. But who owns those salons? While we say there's no work. Hence, then at one point we discussed, and hairdressing was added on the priority occupations, and it's number 14. Also, one spoke about beauty therapy, as Mr. Vela was saying, occupational qualifications are not only trade. We are in an advanced discussion with the services SETA on setting up a center of specialization for beauty therapy NQF level 4. Why are we doing that? If we could queue here, we say ladies goes this side and we look on their nails and so on. A number of them have made nails and other things. But who are running this beauty salon, whether at the malls? Who runs the beauty salons? And those are small, easy occupations that one can have and access. So those are questions that we really need to say, as we transform the sector, how are we ensuring that we don't leave anyone behind? How are we ensuring that we jealously guide our economic activity? Because making a hair is an economic activity. Doing nails is an economic activity. If we all believe that we will be economically active because we get a pay slip, we are doomed. As leadership, you're supposed to assist us on that, because we will not all have pay slips to be economically active. I like one slide from QCTO that says the expansion is in the informal sector. Projected economic expansion is in the informal sector, or SMEs are going to produce more jobs than the formal sector. If you then don't position yourself on the occupation that you have chosen and say, come 2030, I want to be one of those that will be employing 1 or 2 people, we are missing the point, because we will be having this new qualification, but will still be in the periphery in terms of economic activity. Where we are going with the centers of specialization, we are expanding. In the next 12 to 36 months, we will be launching a center of specialization for music and performing art at the Central Johannesburg TVET College. We are working on a business case with quite a number of musicians, because one will say, but Buthelezi, you are just an artisan, you can't even sing. How do you go and establish a center of specialization for music and performing arts? As a department, we just facilitate that discussion, but we are working with the people that in the private industry are having music academy, like your Black Coffee, your Slaylo Slaughter, your Sipho Hostik Mabuse, and others that are telling us on saying, how do we do that? I looked on the LG SETA presentation. They spoke about water treatment qualification. We will be launching a center of specialization for wastewater, for water and wastewater treatment and reticulation at Tegwini TVET College. We'll also be working with the Mining and Mineral Council, launching a center of specialization for mining in the Waterberg area due to mining activities that are in that area. So if you look on how we map up the country, it's exactly in line with what Mr. Vele was saying. See, we are not going to go to, maybe because I was born in Dundee, we'll go in a village there where there's no mining anymore and launch it there. We'll go to where there are activities, economic activities. And we'll also be launching one for transport and rail. Some of you might still be or are using trains transiting between the college and home. You will note that PRASA is moving away from the yellow stock to a blue stock. That blue stock is manufactured in Springs by some of our learners coming from TVET College that are working there. Others are already qualified as artisan and others are apprentice. And for that initiative, Services SETA has just approved that come January, we should add into that cohort with about 150 other apprentices. So that is still an opportunity in the occupational qualification, because we know those people will be pointing out and say, that train, I was part of the group that manufactured that blue stock. And those are the trains that are fitting in our rail network. It's not like other trains that were bought somewhere and they never fit our rail network. Hence the currency of our qualification. While I'm in closing, maybe the last area of expansion that I didn't mention is around clean energy. Through the skills desk, the green skills desk that has been established at the office of the DG, we are identifying skills development zone. We will be aligning centers of specialization to those skills development zone. There will be one in Mpumalanga for renewable energy, one in Northern Cape for hydrogen economy, and one in Eastern Cape for new energy vehicle. That's the area that we are moving on, and that's the opportunities that will be opening up for young people. So in closing, as we strengthen the occupational program and deepen the work of the centers of specialization, let's all continue building a TVET system that is inclusive, dynamic, and strongly connected to the economy. We must continue to ensure that TVET entrepreneurs are created through TVET College. We are working with Alan Gray, they were here, to support us on the entrepreneurship program. We have also ran a program with GIZ where we have trained qualified electricians on the installation rules so that they can be licensed electricians and they are able to start their businesses. So those are the new initiatives that will assist that the transformation and the transition that we are talking about is just, and it ensures that we are not leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Let's do better than that. And Mr. Butelis, as an artisan, you know that the most significant thing when building a structure, constructing a house is the foundation, isn't it? Yeah. We may love the fleshy roofs and all of that, because Kaizer Chiefs is always, they're sleeping. Now, because Kaizer Chiefs is always there on the ground, it lays a solid foundation. You see? It lays a solid foundation. So let's give a good round of applause to that solid foundation. So even in 6 months' time, you must know that you'll be that foundation. Okay, I want you to listen and listen attentively. So we're going to get a message of support from the CEO of NSFAS. It's a message of support. We will deal with NSFAS related issues on Sunday. This is not a question and answer thing. So let's give a good round of applause to Wasim. You only have 5 minutes, then we have Ms. Kaler.
Yeah. Judging by your nice jerseys, it doesn't look like you are struggling with money at all. You all look fine, you know. So I think the NSFAS allowance is too high. Next year we can implement a cut. By the way, TVET students should not be complaining. This year was like bonanza for you here. So some of you even got accommodation money and didn't pay it back. Yeah. So yes, but thank you, Program Director. Let me start by recognizing the leadership of SATVETSA, the President, the SG, the TG, and all the officials. Let me also recognize the officials from DHET, as well as the officials from NSFAS, and most importantly, the attendees of this SATVETSA conference. You know, I see we are debating Kaizer Chiefs and Orlando Pirates. You know, Kaizer Chiefs are like university students. They think they are good. They focus. They focus on past glories. But TVET students are like Orlando Pirates. They're winning things now, you know. So let me say, colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to deliver this message of support. I see lots of complicated things that people are presenting, qualifications. NSFAS doesn't get involved in all of those things. Our job is to fund, right? And if we're honest with ourselves, we have not been very good at funding the last few years here. But the nice part is that every year, the year turns and you get to make New Year's resolutions, and NSFAS's New Year's resolution is to be a better funder in 2026 here. Yeah? Now, we must focus on what it is that NSFAS does. And we must recognize that what NSFAS does is very dependent on what higher education institutions do and what students do. Yeah. So, of course, this is a TVET conference, so I'll focus on TVETs in particular. Let's just take a couple of things and let's learn from the application cycle, right? The first thing that the application cycle tells us is that we have serious issues with gender equality. I didn't count girls and boys here, but okay, I'll get stats later. But we have a serious problem in higher education if the applications, 66% of applications come from girls and only 34% comes from boys or young men. It seriously feels like we are leaving young men behind, yeah? And it's an issue because the more we leave young men behind, the more we create economic disparity, the more we increase many societal ills. So it is a job of leaders in society, but particularly in the TVET sector, to encourage more young men to apply. Because what we don't need is more and more young men in rural areas, in cities, in townships, feeling like they're not part of society here. Yeah? Because the last thing we need is idle young men. So we really want to encourage, and NSFAS needs to do more work together with DHET to increase the number of male applications going into the future. The second thing is that we still see that 95% of students, when they apply for NSFAS, apply so that they can go to university, which remains a problem. People still see TVET as a second choice. They see TVET as a second-class degree, which is not what we want to see. Because if I look around, I see lots of cool, fresh, amazing young people doing great things in the TVET sector. Yes, we need doctors. Yes, we need accountants. Yes, we need lawyers. Yes, we need people in the humanities. But we need plumbers, and we need electricians, and we need cell phone repair technicians, and we need boiler makers. And we really need to make TVET an attractive degree to young people in South Africa. And as much as that is our job, it's also your job to help us promote what TVET should look like. Yeah? You are very savvy when it comes to media and social media, so you must promote the work that you do. You must promote the fact that it's interesting and it's cool to go to a TVET college. Yeah. Now, of course, the NSFAS application cycle is closed, and because you create problems for us, or some students create problems for us only applying to university, it means that when we enter 2026, two things will happen. So if you're a TVET student, on the 13th of January, you'll get your results, yeah? And when you get your results, those results will get submitted to NSFAS, and NSFAS will determine if you met the criteria to be able to proceed and continue your studies as an NSFAS-funded beneficiary. Of course, once you've received your results and we check whether you've met progression criteria and N+ rule, you can appeal if you're not happy with our decision. And you must do that within 30 days, but 30 days is like the longest time. You should probably appeal immediately if you're not satisfied with the decision here. Yeah? And then, of course, all of the students who did not get a place at university, or those who applied for TVET, will start getting acceptance letters. Many of them will walk in at TVETs through the Central Application Clearinghouse. They will get places at TVET colleges. And therefore, TVET colleges will start receiving registrations of students. Of course, we as NSFAS would have shared our list of funded students with the TVET college so they can confirm whether that student is a NSFAS beneficiary or not. Why this is important is because we know the start of the academic year is a very critical piece in the year. And if we get that piece right, it means that everything else for the rest of the year flows well here, right? So, of course, you have to have your documents to be able to supply to the TVET college, but my colleagues here in front need to make sure that TVET colleges are ready to submit registration data to NSFAS. Why is registration data important? Because we can't pay students if we don't receive registration data. The other important thing, particularly for new students coming into TVET, is that you'll have a small window to be able to upload your banking details. You should probably open a bank account in advance. Some of you need to change your banking details as well, and there's a NSFAS process to be able to do that. Why is all of this information important? Because you must get paid. You want to get paid your allowances, yeah? And if you don't do the steps that come before, then you can't blame NSFAS for not being paid here, because we told you what you needed to do to get paid. The second issue is around accommodation. Of course, if you qualify for accommodation, NSFAS, working together with the TVET college, must provide you with safe, secure, dignified accommodation that is conducive to your learning environment. Now we know there have been many issues with accommodation. Ours is to say we want to have a better 2026. So we are checking all of the accommodation that we have available so that we place you in a place that is suitable for your living conditions here. What we want is to get landlords, student leaders must get out of accommodation. Students must choose their accommodation and they must be placed. And NSFAS is there to play a supportive role. Nobody can take you and put you in a bus and say you are staying here. It is your choice about where you want to stay based on the available options. The second thing is that if you are staying in a place that is not conducive to your learning environment, you need to tell us so we can intervene. If we don't know, there's nothing we can do about it. So yes, things change, you know. Somebody's living conditions may change. If you have an issue, report it to us so that we can enable you to be fixed. If you don't qualify for accommodation, NSFAS will provide you with a transport allowance to make sure that you can get to campus every day on time. I've spoken about what is NSFAS's roles and responsibilities here. Yeah? So NSFAS is there to provide you with your tuition, to pay your allowances on time, to make sure you have safe living conditions, to make sure that you have transport allowance if you need it. Now, we often sit and talk about, I used to be the CEO of NYDA, I speak to young people on a regular basis, and we talk about the rights of young people. Young people do have rights in South Africa. You have a right to a decent life, you have a right to an education, you have a right to progressive higher education, and the state is doing its best to be able to deliver on those rights. What we often don't talk about is the responsibilities that come with those rights here. Yeah? So, yes, the state has a duty to provide progressive higher education to students who come from working class, poor, vulnerable, marginalized backgrounds. But you also have a duty that if the state provides you with education, you have a duty to study hard, yes? You have a duty to perform. And that duty is to yourself, it's to your family, it's to your country, because somebody is paying for the costs that are incurring to you for you to be at a college. You also have a responsibility to behave in a responsible manner, yes? Which means that, yes, we were all young once upon a time. I was a drunkard for the first 3 months of university here. But if you continue down that path, you need to realize that it is destructive in nature. We are heavily concerned at NSFAS about the amount of incidents that we see of violence, online gambling, gender-based violence, substance abuse, unprotected sex. These are not things we expect NSFAS beneficiaries to be engaging in here. Yeah? You have a duty and a responsibility as a beneficiary of the state to behave in a responsible manner here. Yeah? And each of you must take a long, good, hard look at yourselves and say, are we behaving as responsible citizens of this country? Because when we talk about NSFAS beneficiaries, we want to talk about the best in society here. Yeah? We want to produce the best graduates, the best learners, the best entrepreneurs, the best leaders in society, not to be associated with all the things that I've mentioned here. Yes, there's nothing wrong with being young and having fun. You should enjoy yourself. But you must behave in a responsible manner because you set the example for those young people who come after you. And if we are just a society of chaos, then we will never advance as a people here. Yeah? So I'm putting that responsibility on your shoulders to say you will be fun, fresh, encouraging, but you'll behave in a responsible manner. And you will do the NSFAS brand, because that is what you represent. You represent the NSFAS brand here. Yeah? And when people say shut down NSFAS, it's as much because our failures, but also because of the way our students are behaving sometimes. Yeah? And we don't want the fund to be shut down because that will affect future generations of South Africans who depend on it. Yeah? So as we turn the page on 2025 and we anticipate a better 2026, let's remember what is the responsibilities of NSFAS, but also what is the responsibilities of ourselves as TVET students. Last point is that, yes, I know allowances is a sensitive matter. Yes, I know. I know it's difficult to get through. And you must understand that NSFAS always has a choice between increasing the amount of benefits and allowing more students, right? And we'll always be on the side of allowing more students because we want less and less people to be left behind. I understand sometimes that comes at the expense of having higher allowances, but also, and this is what I say, UNISA students were fighting with me to say they get less than the people who get SRD here. And I said, but the people on SRD are stuck on SRD for the rest of their life because many of them don't have skills. If you study, you will not be stuck on a NSFAS allowance for the rest of your life. You will make so much money that the NSFAS allowance seems like something tiny in the rearview mirror. Yeah? So your job is to study hard to get off the NSFAS allowance so you can generate your own income and you can live your own life the way you want to. Yeah? So I really want to appreciate the time you've given me today. I don't think I was 5 minutes, but anyway, I like to talk. But it's been a pleasure. I wish you the best for the rest of your conference, and we look forward to seeing you all healthy and safe in 2026. Thanks, Program Director.
Yeah, you'll survive this time. Only this time, I say. Let's give him a good round of applause. Now, I also don't think a lot of these young people realize the impact of NSFAS in changing lives in South Africa. You know, NSFAS is a victim of its own success. Ne? NSFAS funds over 1 million students, or around there. the successes of students who are well-funded are far beyond the ones with problems. Ne? But we focus on the smaller one as if not so many things are going. Of course, there are things that would require some changing here and there, but the successes of NSFAS, most of us who are standing here, either it was TEFSA at that time, and you'll only realize that because of age, that if it was TEFSA, they probably have some gray hair. If it was NSFAS, they look like me. Most of us who are standing here are products of the same NSFAS. Ne? I think let's give NSFAS one good round of applause. I'm not saying don't be critical, but also realize the impact of these financial institutions in changing most of your lives. Now, I want to also to apologize to Ms. Kalela. We've taken the whole day that you are the actual foundation. You're the one that will do the last presentation. Allow me, colleagues, to call on Mrs. Nolu Tokalele. She's the director responsible for financial, she's a director in financial planning. All these things that we've been talking about here, without her, they are not possible. Ne? This is the actual money, cannot NSFAS. Ne? Let's give a good round of applause. So, green, we are moving.
Okay, if okay. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Molweni kwabasephondweni. Lisuke guys. Good afternoon, thank you, Sonti. Let me write on all the protocols that are being observed in the House. I will not name everyone one by one. My presentation, colleagues, is very short. A lot has been said regarding occupational programs. Mine is just to talk on the funding of the occupational programs. I think a lot has been said about that as well. Mr. Vele has already leveled the ground for me on that. So I'll just talk on a few things on the legislative environment regarding the occupational programs and its funding. And funding norms and the actual costing of the occupational programs, how we go about saying that hairdressing, how is that going to cost, or what is going to be a tuition when a student gets into a college to do hairdressing or a beautician or whatever, and also the actual funding of those programs, how we go about doing that as the department. So with regards to the legislative environment, colleagues, we are guided by, I think Mr. Vele in his presentation spoke of a number of legislative environment that guides us as a department. And drawing from all of that legislation is the national norms and standards that we have crafted as the department that was gazetted by the minister a while back for the funding of TVET colleges. So that indicates that as a department, we need to establish a funding rate that we use as a costing of all the nationally approved TVET colleges, TVET college programs. Now, Mr. Vele earlier on spoke about a list that we had in our traditional programs being NATED and NCV programs. Those norms and standards, we're talking to those traditional programs. But in my later slides, I'll also talk about now the actual funding norms that talk to occupational programs. So with regards to those funding norms, they indicate that we must establish a funding rate. Basically, a funding rate is what I've just alluded to say it's the actual cost or a tuition fee that a student that will come into the college and get to undertake an occupational program, we establish that rate in the department, and that encompasses personnel costs, capital expenditure, and also operational costs. That all is needed to ensure that a program is correctly offered at the college. So as a department, that is what we currently do. So as I've indicated earlier on, we are in the process as a department of developing funding norms, particularly for occupational programs within the TVET sector. So we've already undertaken a couple of consultations with various stakeholders in the sector. And as a result, we've got draft occupational programs, occupational funding norms for our occupational programs. So basically, the policy aims to ensure that the funding mechanisms are established that foster a sustainable and relevant programs that are offered within the sector, particularly tailored on trade and non-trade programs. I think Mr. Vele has already spoken to that we've got not only trade programs. I think there is a perception that occupational programs are only trade programs. We've got various non-trade programs. I think he has also spoken about management assistant. That's one of the non-trade program that we have, particularly in the 2026 many occupational programs that we're going to be having in the sector. So those occupational programs, colleagues, I think it has already been said. I think that's actually a benefit that I'm speaking as a last speaker. A lot has been said. So we've got many stakeholders that are going to be funding the programs, being the department as the main funder, funding coming from the fiscus and also SITAs, particularly on the work element of the programs. So the theoretical component and the practical component are funded by the department, and I've just said that the SITAs would then fund the stipends that you would get when you are going to the work placement. Now, on the actual costing of occupational programs, colleagues, I think this would interest you the most as the actual people that are going to be taking on these programs, and also as leadership, maybe. I think when we started the rollout of occupational programs, particularly when we started in 2024 for hairdressing, I think we had a lot of feedback from colleges that the people that are driving hairdressing in some of the colleges are struggling to get what was necessary for the students to get the program delivered. Because apparently when people from campuses or from wherever the hairdressing was delivered, when they go to finance function of the college to require 1, 2, 3, that was not, finance functions would say there's no money, whilst it was actually provided for in the funding or in the costing process of the program. So I think Mr. Vele has outlined the process of how colleges go about applying to the department for offering occupational programs, particularly that not all the colleges will offer the occupational programs that are in the funding grid. Now, a funding grid is a tool that lists all the programs, be it NATED programs, NCV programs, and occupational programs. So occupational programs is not a shopping list, but rather programs that have been applied for by certain colleges within the sector. So Mr. Vele undertakes that process, and then we pilot certain colleges that will assist us as a department to establish how much does it cost to deliver a certain program in our colleges. So for provision in the next year. So the focus of the research basically is to establish the required resources and equipment resources as well, which are guided by requirements by the QCTO on how the program must be delivered. So we actually cost what is required by the QCTO in delivering that program. I think I've already indicated that that costing process would take into account personnel, which is labor costs and capital expenditure, and also operational costs. So with regards to the labor costs, colleagues, that would then take into consideration the fact that there is a need for a facilitator and also support staff with regards to whether it's HR or IT or finance, whatever support staff that is determined as a requirement by a college and by that specific program. So for initial capital requirements, I think it has already been indicated here that our sitters are a key stakeholder. And I think with the presentations that we've had from some of our sitters, we are certain as a department that our sitters are on board to assist our colleges, particularly with things like the big financial capital outlay that is required to ensure that our colleges' workshops meet the requirements by the QCTO. However, some of our activate colleges have got huge reserves and would be able to do that with their own funding to ensure that they've got the required workshop equipment. So we also, as a department, then within the program funding, just put aside a little percentage. We refer to it in the funding norms as a 10% threshold, wherein we expect colleges to have some sort of a buffer to maintain their workshop so that we don't find our workshop equipment falling apart and not maintained. So that also forms part of our costing process. And we also refer to that as a wear and tear, wherein it's just a normal wear and tearing of equipment, just like your car that will get wear and tear over time. That you need to maintain here and there so that you extend the useful life. So I think I've already indicated that equipment then is determined by the QCTO approval process, wherein they would go to our colleges and assess their infrastructure needs and equipment requirements to ensure that our colleges are ready to go ahead offering those programs. So with regards to operational costs, we've got direct and indirect cost colleagues. Our direct costs particularly talk to issues like minor assets, consumables, and assessment tests. If I can add, also that would include the trade tests, because we don't want for those programs that are a trade to just leave our students, yourselves, hanging. So we want to take you from theory component to practical to workplace, and also have yourselves trade tested so that when you go and finalize your studies, everything, you are set to start your life. So in those direct costs, we also include a student kit. We refer to it as a student toolkit with all the requirements, so that when you get to the college, you've got your own things. For example, if I can make an example for chef, some of our colleges have already started offering chef this year. If we talk about chef, for example, we have a toolkit wherein we put in there like all the knives. I think, I don't know what they refer to it, but it's a big thing. People in hospitality would know. So that when you are at the college, when you're going to a practical component, you've got your own toolkit. And also when you go to workplace, whether you're at a hotel or whether you're in a resort, you move around with that toolkit so that when you get there, you've got your own things that you know that you can utilize. With the same with things like automotive or diesel mechanic and all of those things, or boiler making, or all of those programs, colleagues, you'd know them better. We have this toolkit so that when you decide to go the entrepreneurship route, when you finalize your studies, at least you have something as a startup kit, so that the minute you graduate, the following day, you can be able to fix a car for a nearby police station or for whoever in your family that needs their car fixed, and you can charge and start your own business for those that have the drive to start businesses and not wait for employment. So that also is a direction that the department has taken, that we need to equip our students so that they have something to start their lives on, so that they don't suffer and look for that startup money to have those tools. I think I've already spoken to this, the fact that these are based on the curriculum requirements. So we actually unpack the curriculum delivery from QCTO and actually cost how much that will cost. And so when you go to your colleges and you want to undertake a certain occupational program, you must know that whatever it is that is required by QCTO has been funded by the department. And when you go to when you expect things from your finance sections within your colleges, you must know that those are funded. So you have a ground to say to college management, but this is funded by DHED. Why are we not getting 1, 2, 3? I think that is the message that you must take from this presentation. And also we cost things like indirect costs that talks to municipal services, security services, marketing, and everything that gets basically the college running. All of that is costed as part of all the programs. So with regards to the funding of programs, colleagues, I think I've already spoken to the fact that we had programs like hairdressing, solar, chef. I think Mr. Vele has already listed these as well, and a number of programs that we have for the 2026 that we have already costed and are readily available to be undertaken by students. But what I just wanted to add on this slide is the fact that there is no additional funding, unfortunately, specifically available for occupational program. Now, what that means is, what also Mr. Vele has already spoken to, that it is a college process that there needs to be an assessment that takes place at the college to assess which occupational programs are suitable for the communities and the industry that our colleges sit in. So then that means that with the current traditional programs that we have, a decision needs to be undertaken by college management in terms of outlining their PQM to say, instead of offering a NATED program, not sure now which one of those in my mind, we instead gonna go for hairdressing. We instead gonna go for boiler making or chef or solar. So there is that trade-off that needs to happen at colleges so that we make funding available for occupational programs, because we've established that from the speakers that we had earlier on as well, that occupational programs give a better chance for our graduates to be employed and also to do something for themselves when they finish their studies, rather than our graduates just adding to the need. So that is a decision of a college. I think that is the last slide. Thank you, colleagues.
Let's start again. How must I always remind you? Let's start again. Okay. Siyabulela. Re a leboha thina suke ephondweni kodwa siyabuka ne. Re a leboha. Yabava abantu baseyikhala bathi yes because Steak Sprite and Matatiela are the same. He speaks Sotho. Now I'll take questions, colleagues. The person whose phone is ringing is an NEC member, by the way. Tomorrow is going to buy all of us sweets, ne? Now, questions. That row, do we have questions? None. Questions? Yes. Waterback? Questions? None. Questions? Ikala, ne? Yes. Questions? Waterback, Ikala. We don't have any other round. Waterback, you'll start. Don't tell us how the road to Tabazimbi has potholes. You passed by D-head for you to ask that question. By the way, this one once made me, I'll narrate that story one day. Yeah.
Protocol. Protocol observed. Tebo Makwela from the province of the North, Major Waterberg TVET College Academic Officer. My questions are based on MICT SETA.
But ask them, we'll give them.
Okay. Yeah. I'll be short like a miniskirt.
Yes.
I only have 3 questions. Number 1, how is MICT integrating 4IR technologies into the curriculum to prepare students for the future of work? Number 2, what initiatives are in place to provide students from under-resourced institutions with access to digital skills training and 4IR-related opportunities? Number 3, how is MICT partnering with industries to provide students with practical experiences and exposure to 4IR technologies? And what benefits does this bring to students and the sector? I was short like a miniskirt. Thank
Definitely. You. Ikala. Ikala, it's your turn to shine. You're covered. You sure? So none of you have questions on funding? Yeah. They're covered. Okay. Let me take this opportunity, colleagues, to deeply appreciate all of you that made presentations. I know it's a Friday, and I also know that, is it not the last day of work for most? It's next week, 17. Hey, the way I'm so tired, I thought it's the last day. Now, let me take the opportunity to appreciate yourself, Mr. Buthelezi, Mr. Vele, and Ms. Kalele Siabulela for giving us your time. I'm sure these young people learned quite a lot from your presentations. If you will be watching from tomorrow, if we have time, you will see that from all your presentations, there's something that I'll ask them so that I have an understanding that we were just not wasting government money by bringing them here. So if they were not watching, and they will know that I will randomly pick whoever I want to respond to something that your presentations touched. So we are permanently indebted to you, colleagues, for always showing up to support these young people. Now, I think that will bring us to the end of today. But I would like to make this request that all our dignitaries, that this will include sitters and if they are still here, please, when you go out, pass by the stands and please leave first. Ne? I will remain with the rest of the colleagues here, meaning Medora, but my colleagues from Triple S and will remain. And as far as you can leave as well, we'll see you on Sunday. Sunday morning. Yeah. The rest, let's just, please, Kins, I want you to mend that door, ne? That one. Your sweets are that. I want you to mend that door. Let's allow our dignitaries to leave. So let's give them a good round of applause, colleagues. Stop it live, yeah.